Hello guys, from this video, we are going to make the website like YouTube. So we are going to do YouTube clone. So in this project, we are going to use the ReactJS for front end and NodeJS for back end. And we are going to use the ExpressJS for framework. We also use the MongoDB for our database. So without further ado, I'm going to let you see what kind of application we are going to make. So while I was making this application, I tried to modularize every feature one by one. So if you see the code I made in here, so if you see in here, the comment part here, and likes and dislike part, and side video part, and subscribe part. So I try to modularize every features one by one. So you can bring just one feature into another project if you want to, as quickly as possible and as easily as possible. And after this YouTube clone, I'm going to make the Facebook clone or any other clone. Even in that project, we also need the subscribe feature or any other feature, so I will use this feature in there too. So that's why I try to modularize it, and I actually want to focus more on the feature than CSS, the styling. So in here I use the anti-design CSS frameworks. I hope it will be really useful for you, and I also hope you will like this video. And if you think it will be really useful for you, please subscribe me. And thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next video. Have a nice day. Hello guys, thank you for coming back. In this section, we are going to make entire layout by using Mern boilerplate I've made. The reason why I use the Mern boilerplate is, if I make it from the very scratch, it will take too long time to build the whole application, and I really want to focus more on YouTube clone than just the basic feature. But if you really want to know more about the basic feature too, I already made the videos for the boilerplate. So if you come to my channel, you see a lot of videos for boilerplate I've made. And then we will also connect our MongoDB database into our application. These two things are the things that we are gonna do in this video. So first we go to the boilerplate repository. So I'm going to leave the URL below, so you can come in here with that URL. So you can download this file or you can just clone it. So I'm going to download this one, download zip. You can save this repository in the folder you want to save. So I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to open it. In here, I get this one. This name would be boilerplate Mern master. So first you can change the name. For me, I'm going to say React YouTube app. And then I'm going to turn on the editors. I really like the Visual Studio Code. And then I drag the file I downloaded inside the editor. And then I make it bigger to let you see more easily. There are some processes we need to do to run these applications. So first we need to do npm install. The reason why we need to do npm install is if we see in here package.json, there are some dependencies we already downloaded in the server part. So to download these dependencies, we need to do npm install. So click it. So if you finish it, or if we see the client and then package.json, there are also dependencies that we need to download for the client part. Clear. And first we need to go to client part, cd client, and then we need to do npm install again as well. So now we finished downloading dependencies for the server and the client part. So there is one more thing that we need to do is that we have the MongoDB. So we are gonna use the MongoDB for our database. So we need to connect that database into our application. So to do that, so if you come in here, config and the key and production. So first we need to make the file named dev.js. Dev means development and prod means production. So if we are developing our application in development mode, so we are going to use this one. So if we run our application in production mode, we are going to use this one. So Mongo URI. So in here we need to write this one, module export and Mongo URI. We have this one. Copy and paste it, and so in here we need to bring some secret key from the MongoDB. So first to get this secret key, so first we need to go to MongoDB website. We flip over to web browsers and we need to type MongoDB DB and click this one to go inside MongoDB. And so if you don't have an account for the MongoDB, you can just click the try free. So the signing up the MongoDB is really straightforward, so I'm not gonna do it by myself. So if you don't signing up this MongoDB, so you can just sign in. So if you come in here, first thing you need to do is you need to build a new cluster. So we will click it. I'm going to just choose AWS. There we are gonna use the free tier, so don't worry about paying something. So to use the free tier, so you're gonna choose the one which has this free tier tag. So I live in the Seoul, but Seoul doesn't have free tier, so I'm going to click the Singapore, where is the closest to Seoul. So for your case, depending on where you live, you can just click just the ones with the free tier tab, and then we're gonna just click this create cluster, and then you can just click in, and I already have it, so I'm not going forward from here. So I'm going back, and so in here after making it, so you need to come in here, database access. So in here, so we need to make MongoDB user. So we need to click the add new user. So in here we need to type a user name. So I'm going to type the J1. In here we need to type the password. So I'm going to type just anything. But in here I want you to remember the name and the password, because we need to write these two variables in here, so that's why you need to remember it. And then after typing these two, so we can just click the add user. I already have this name, so I type in like this, add user. So after making our MongoDB user here, so we click the cluster. So now we need to click this connect button, and then in here we can click connect your application, this one. And in here we need to copy this one. So we copy it, and then we just need to paste it in here. So if you see in here, you can see the username and then password. So in here, so you can just put the username you just made and then the password. So for me, J1 on and for password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you can just save it. So now we did everything for running this Merstack application. Now we are going to run this application by typing. First, we need to go back to our server directory. To do that, cd ... and then in here we can just type npm run dev. So if you have this kind of error, address already in use the 5000, that means the other server already is running on the 5000 port. So because we are using the 5000 port for the server, if you see in here, and then if we go down, so our application is listening to 5000 port in the development mode. So we are going to first kill that server that is running 5000 by typing pkill and node, and then we are going to type npm run dev again to run our application. So this is our starter point for our YouTube clone. So if I first briefly explain about this starter point, so we already have a sign up feature and then sign in feature. So this feature include the JWT web token, and if we see our code in here, even the Redux, the state management part is also already included in here in the src action and reducer. But we are not going to use the reducer a lot. We are going to use the reducer for only user data state. So if we come in here and if we just turn on our Redux extensions, so in here you can see the user's data. We didn't log in yet, so that's why is authentication false and error. But if we log in, so log in here, so I already signed up with this user account. After signing in, if I turn on the Redux extensions, so we can see is us changed into true, and then user's ID and user's email and name, a role and image is included in the Redux container. Even the login success is true because of login. So if you don't know about the Redux yet, it actually doesn't matter. Just that we are not gonna use the Redux a lot. We come back in here. So from here, we're gonna really make the website like YouTube. In our next videos, we are gonna first make the upload video page. So I hope it will be really helpful for you, and thank you for watching this video, and see you later. Thank you. Hello my friend, in this section we are gonna make the form for the upload video page. So if we see this page, there is a box for the uploading videos. Then we are gonna just drag the video in here. Either we can just select this one and we click the video we want to upload, and then we will just type the title for the video and description for the video, and then private or public and some categories. So we are gonna make this form today. So I'm going to flip over to the text editors that we made in our last video. So in here, so we are gonna just run our application by typing npm run dev. Now we are in our starter points. So first thing we need to do is that we need to make the page for the this upload video itself. So first we need to go to app.js. So in here, first we need to import upload video page from views, and but we didn't make this the page yet. So first inside the views folders, we're going to make the folder upload video page, and inside these folders we're gonna make the upload video page .javascript, and we're gonna do RFCE is short for the React functional component. So just save it, and we come back to app.js. In here, we will do upload video page and upload video page. So we need to make the route. In here, we copy and paste it, and we copy this one, this component. Inside the component, we change the path into video upload. So this is the path how we will go inside this page. So in here, if we want to go to this component, we will type just video and upload like we type in here. So we just save in here. So we come back to our starter point and we try to type the video and upload. So even though we type video upload in here, we cannot go inside that page. The reason is if we come inside in here, so I give some options in here inside the component like the null or false, or I can also say the true. I need to explain that part first. So if I give the null in here, anyone can get inside this page, so without authentication. But if I say the false, after getting authentication, like if you already logged in, you cannot go inside the login page. Even for the register page, if you already logged in, you cannot go inside the register page. But if I say the true, only the authenticated user, like the logged in user, can go inside this upload video page. So I'm going to save it, and I already logged in. So if you see in here, logged out, so that means we are already logged in. So I'm going to log in again. So login, I'm going to type this one again, upload video upload. So I can come inside this upload video page. I'm going to change this one, upload video page. So you can see this one has changed into upload video page as we changed. So we go to upload video page in here. So we are going to make the form from here. I actually don't want to spend too much time on making the template like this. So I'm going to bring the code I already made in here. So I'm going to copy it and then paste it in here. So I'm going to zoom out to let you see this whole code. There are a lot of the warning parts. So because we used the anti-design, but we didn't bring the anti-design in here. So I'm going to bring it, I'll copy and paste it, the typography, button, and form, and message input icons. I still don't have this title. So const title typography. This is from the anti-design. It is also okay. You don't know about this one. I'm going to just comment out these parts we are not gonna use right now. This one and this one and this one, this one and this one, and then there is one more red warning. So I'm going to have const text area input. So if you want to know more about the anti-design, you can just come inside this website and click the component, and you can just type the input form, so you can know anything you want to know about this one. And now I'm going to save it and then come back our website right here. So we have this upload video, and I need to just remove this part in here. First we want to put this one in here. This is the React dropdown library. So we are going to go to this page. So in here, so we are going to use this React dropdown. So to install it, we can just do npm install save React dropdown. So first we are going to download this dependency by using the npm install. So we come back to our text editor. We turn on terminal. First we kill our application. So we need to remember we actually need to download this dependency inside the client, not just in the server part. So first we need to go to cd client, and in here we need to type npm install save React dropdown. Enter. So now we have React dropdown dependency downloaded. So we are going to import dropdown from React dropdown, and then in here we are going to reference this part. So we are going to copy this one and then paste it in here. But I already pasted in, so I'm going to comment out this part again. And in here, so we are going to first we have this error, so we are going to just delete it to prevent from getting some error. So we come back in here and first we need to run our application again. npm run dev. First we need to go back for our server part and need to do npm run dev to the run. So now we made our React drop-down. So upload the video in here, and now what we need to do is that when we type something in here, we need to put this value inside the state. So first we need to make the state for the title in here. So we are going to use the hook. So we will have use state, and we will also have use effect for later. So use state title, it will be the string, and we also need to have a description state. So use state description. So this initial value also will be the string. So if we see in here, we also need to state for this value private or public, and for the category. So we are gonna make it just right now for later. Use state, this one is for the privacy, and one more use state for the categories. Inside for the privacy states, this will be just the privacy or public. So I'm going to say this one is 0 and this one is the 1. So to make it more clear, so private will be 0 and public will be 1. So I'm going to say the initial state will be just a 0 for the privacy. So for categories, we want to set the initial value will be film and animation. So we can just say as a string film and animation. So now we have our state. But there is the one thing we need to change. There is a little title in here, so we actually need to change this one into title with the small letter. So we scroll down in here, and we just need to make the value. For this value will be the title, and also for the text area, and the value will be the description. The description with the capital D. So description and description. And we also need to make the unchanged. So when we change this value will be inside the state. So we need to have the unchanged. Need to make this function in here, const. And we will use the arrow function. So in here we will say event. We will just bring the set title in here, and then we put this one event and current target and value. So if we see what's going on in here, so we do console log, and then we just copy and paste it in here, and then we type something for the title and hello. So you can see in here we are just leaving the log as we type something inside the title. That is, when we type something in here, this handle change title function is triggered. So we will put the value from the event inside the set title. So we will do this even for the description. So we are going to make the handle change description right below the handle change title, and here we're going to do the faster this time. So we do set description and event current target value 2. So if we do same thing in here console, So if we type something hello, so you see that we can leave the log in here as we type in here. So now we also need to make this select box for the private, public, and then categories. First we need to set this value to populate like this. So we come back in here. In here we are going to set the value. I type const private and array, and then object, and value will be just 0 for the private. The label will be the private, and the second object will be value will be 1, and then label will be public. We need to have one more variable for the categories in here. So const, to save the times, I'm going to just copy and paste it. For the category, 5 categories right now, but if you want to, you can make it more for more categories. So we scroll down in here, and then we're going to have the select box, and in here we just put the category we've made up here, and then here, and we also put the private in here too. So first, to prevent the error from happening, we just delete this 2 part and then save it, and we come back in our application. So we click this one, we can see private and public, and we can also click this one so we can see the 5 categories we just made in here. So when we click just any other things that we want, this value will be saved inside the state. So we already made the state in here, so we need to have the onChange function. So we will have handle change 1 for private select. So do const event set privacy. I made one more mistake. So we need to have just the private with the small case for this one. So we already have this one with the capital P. So we do set privacy in here, and we put this one in here again. Even for const handle change 2 for the category select. You make that function event set categories in like this. So now we did everything for this form. So we also need to have this submit button. So we are going to make that button in here, and we also need to have this on click will be on submit, and we also need to have on submit for the form. This will be on submit too. So we will bring this on submit function in here on submit like this. So now we are going to save it. So now we made everything for the form, and then what we need to do next is that when we click this one and then we go to the video, when we click anything, so we need to just send this video inside the server, and we need to save that video inside the server. That's what we need to do in our next section. So we're gonna just pause the video right now and just take a little break, and I'm going to come back again. Thank you for watching this video. See you later. Hello my friend. In this section, we're gonna save the video in server with Mern library. So first we will download dependencies for saving files in Node.js. So to do this, we need to download the Mern. So we will type the npm install Mern to download these dependencies, and then after that, we will send the video file from client to server, and we will save the video file in server, and then we will give that path info of where to save the video into the client. So first we are going to download these dependencies. So we go to our text editor in here, and I'm going to turn on the terminal. So I'm going to type npm install save Mern. And then we go to our second step, so send the video file from client to server. So first, if we run our applications, so clear npm run that, and this is our starter points, and then we go to video and upload. We made up to this part in our last section. So if we click this one, so by clicking one of these videos, so we can send this one into the backend. But actually we didn't make any function in here, so even though we click it, nothing happened. First we need to make the function in here. It will be on drop and on drop. So we're going to make the const on drop arrow function, so we will get the files for argument, and we will do let form data new form data. We make the form data instance, and then const config header content type multi-part form data, and we need to append form data append files 0. So what we are doing right now is when we send the file into the backend using the HTTP request, we need to put this configuration inside the HTTP request, so we don't have any error in it. We want to see what this file is, so we are going to do the console log and then files, and then come back in here and open the console panel, and then I'm going to just put any of the video in here, so we got the log back in here. And then if we click in this one, so this is the information of the video we just uploaded. So in these files we got the files information, so we just want to send only one video, so that's why we gave the index in here as a 0. After that we will use the Axios to do the HTTP request. It will be the post request and API and video and upload files form data. We got this one from here, and then config. After dealing with this one in server will give us back some information. This will be inside the response, and here if the response and data success true, we will do something in here. If not, we just say alert failed to save the video in server. But we don't have Axios in here yet, so we are going to import Axios in here, and then Axios, and we scroll down in here, and then we need to make this louder inside the Node server. For first we are going to if you see in here, this is the louder for the user. So when we do the auth check, and when we do the register, when we do logins, so every louding occurred in here. So but what we're doing something is about the video, so I'm going to make the louder for the video.js, and then here I'm going to copy everything from the user louder to the video louder for the sake of shortening the time to type something. So to use it like this, we also need to put this one in here, API video. So if you see in here API video, so that's why we need to say API video. And so we want to say the loud and video, because we made the file as a video.js. That's why we say loud, the loud and the video. So in here, inside the video allows, so delete it. So we also need to delete this part because we don't need that. So in here, we use this API video upload file path. So that's why we just copy this one and then paste it. So the reason why I don't need to use API video in here is we already use it in here. So after coming in here, it will turn this path into here, loud and video. So that's why we don't need to say API video. So we can just omit this part, just upload a file. So if we just send this request, it will come to video route, it will get to here. And then in here, we got the video information. So we need to do something in here to save the video. So first, to do that, we need to import the Mern, require Mern. So to know how to use the Mern, so first we want to go to the Mern's website. We say Mern npm in here. So we scroll down to find how to use this Mern. So we can see in here. So if you see here, so there is a destination. This will be the destination where we will save the file we upload. We want to save the temporarily in my upload folder, and then the file name will be this file name when we save the file. So how we make the file's name, this file name dash and date now. So we are going to use this one. So we copy this one and then paste it in here, but I want to change this one into upload. So in here, to use it like that, we need to have the upload folder in here, but now we don't have the upload folder. So we're going to make the folder names upload manually. So after we save some files, it will go to this folder. After that, we will just make the file name. So I'm going to just delete this one and then change with this one, date now that and file and original name. If you want to know about more options of how to change this one, you can go to the Mern and you will get more information about it. And then I want to give one more option in here. There will be a file filter, and we get the request and file and callback and const ext and path ext name and file original name, and if ext is the extension is not mp4, so return callback response status 400 and end only mp4 file is allowed, and then callback and null and true. You may already realize that what I am doing is that what I am doing is that only the mp4 file can be allowed. So any other file like the JPG or any image file, even though you upload it, it cannot be saved in Node server because of this line. So if you want to upload more file like the JPG, you can just do like this, extension like JPG. So by doing like that, you can also upload the JPG file. So but we only want to upload the mp4 file right now, so we just do like that. And then we put this storage variable inside in here, and then we do one more thing in single file. So we only want to upload the single file in here, that's why we do like this. And then we bring this upload here, and then we will do request and response and errors. If we have some error, we will say return response JSON success false and error. We have a typo issue in here. And if we succeeded to uploading our videos, we say response and JSON, and then success and true, and then file path response and request, and file and path, and file name response request the file and file. So if we got error, we just send success false as a JSON data, and then error. And then if we succeeded, as we send the success true, and then we will also send the file path of where. So it will be the inside upload and then file name. And then the file name also will be sent into the client, because we will need this file name when populating the data on browser. So that's why we need to send this file name and file path and success. So now we go back to our client. So upload video page, and then console log and response. So first I go to the browser. So I try to upload a video in here. But we got the error. Maybe I have some typo issue in here. I have a typo issue in here. This has to be just uploads and slash the back of the upload. So I'm going to just save it again. I'm going to upload the video again in here. So we got the data, and then data success, and the file name is in here, and then the file path, where the file is saved, uploads, and the name of the file, and success true. So in here we get the variable file path will be response and data, and if we see here, response data and file path and file name is the response data and file name. And then I want to put the file path in the state, so I want to do use state file path, and this initial state is the string. So say file path is the response data file path, and then after that we need to do the generate thumbnail with this file path. So in our next two sections, we're gonna generate the thumbnail. So in this section, we save the video inside the Node server. So if we see the upload folder, so we can see this video saved inside upload folder. So in our next sections, we're gonna generate the thumbnail with this video. So we do something in here. So in our next section. So thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next video. Thank you. Hello, my friend. In this sections, we are going to generate thumbnails from video with FFMPEG library. This is the step how we are going to do. First, we will download dependency for generating thumbnail. So that is Fluent FFMPEG library. But to use this library, first we need to download FFMPEG, and after this, we are going to generate thumbnail with video already saved in server. We save the video in the server in last section, and then we are going to save the thumbnail image in Node server as we saved the video in Node server in our last section. And then we are going to send file path of thumbnail images to client. Lastly, we will populate the thumbnail images on screen. So that's what we are going to do today. Now we go back to our text editors. The first we will run our application by typing npm run tab. So go to video upload page in here. So we will just upload video in here, and we will populate the thumbnail image in here. So first we come in here, and then we will start from here. We got the response back for the file path for video and file name. So below that part, we are going to do Axios post, and the location will be API video and thumbnail. We need to put the variable in here, and the variable will be this one. So, and then we do the then and response. And if the response and data success, we will do something, and if it failed, so we will say fail to make the thumbnails. So we are going to make this routing first inside a video route. So first we are going to copy and paste in here, and the location was the thumbnail, so we put the thumbnail in here. So we delete the unnecessary parts in here. As I said in here, so we need to use Fluent FFMPEG library to generate the thumbnail. So we are going to download the build install FFMPEG first on Mac. So if you use the window, so if you come in here, so you can just type how to download FFmpeg on Windows, and then click installing FFmpeg, this one, and then you can follow this step to download the FFmpeg first. So if you are using the Mac, you can just turn on the terminal, and then you can just type brew install FFmpeg. That's all for downloading FFmpeg. I already downloaded, so I'm going to skip this part. And then after that, we'll do npm install fluent FFmpeg to download this dependency. So we go back over to our text editor, and then first I'm going to kill the application and clear, and npm install fluent mpeg and save. This directory has to be inside the server, so we already downloaded. So now we need to import it. The ffmpeg require fluent ffmpeg. So bring it in here. So to know how to use ffmpeg for thumbnail, so we go to ffmpeg GitHub. So we came in here, node fluent ffmpeg. So in here I'm going to scroll down to find how to use this library. There are so many documents in here that we need to use this part. So if you see in here, I'm going to explain it briefly. So if we are going to screenshot for the video, like count to 4, we will do screenshot 4 times. So we will have a 4th thumbnail if we say the 4 in here, and then further is the where that thumbnail will be saved. So that thumbnail will be saved in the path to output, and then we will get the file name in here. And if everything is done, we can do something in here. So we are going to bring this one in here. We just want to take 3 thumbnail, and then we want to change the path thumbnail. It will be uploads and thumbnails. In our last sections, if we see in here, we save the video in upload folder. So we need to make one more folder inside the upload folder named thumbnails. So thumbnail will be saved inside in here. So after finishing generating thumbnail, we want to return response and JSON success true. We are sending our message to client as a JSON format. And I also want to send a file path. We can also video's duration by using this ffmpeg. So I also want to send that information, file duration. And so we need to get this one and this one. So to get these two, so we are going to use the ffmpeg and proof. We didn't download this one manually, but when we download FFMPEG, this is included inside FFMPEG, so we can use it this one automatically. So first we are going to put that video information in here, request the body. So if we in here, we can just put the file path, and then we will do some function, callback error and metadata. So console metadata and console log metadata format and duration to get the duration. First, I'm going to set some variable in here. Let file path, and I will bring this one in here. Some file path will be string, and let file duration will be string. So I'm going to put this one in here, and metadata and format duration will be file duration. And we can get the file names in here, so we can get the some file paths in here. And we will say upload, because it will be saved inside the upload folder and then inside the thumbnail folder. So upload and some nails, and after that we will add the file name. So file names, the index 0, so we want to get only first the file among the 3 files we took the screenshots. If you want to, you can send all the 3 thumbnail to the client, but I just want to send only one thumbnail to the client. So we already got the file duration in here, and we put that in here, and some file path in here, so put it in here. So this is all for if we come in here, generate thumbnail with video saved in server, and then save thumbnail image in node server. So next thing we need to do is the send file path and file duration and success signal into the client. So we're going to do that right now. In here, we want to put the data we get from the server inside the state. So if we come up, we want to make the duration state and then thumbnail state. So first use state duration, so initial state will be string, and use state thumbnail, this will be the string. So set duration in here and set thumbnail in here, and then we put response data. And if we come in here, so we will use the some file path name, response data, and some file path, and then file duration. So file duration. So now we got the data for the video and then thumbnail in our client. So we are going to populate this data on screen. So if we scroll down, so in here, so we are going to comment out this part. So I already made it. So if we have a thumbnail, so we will show this one. So localhost 5000 and thumbnail. So I'm going to save this one and then come back to our application, and I'm going to upload the video to see whether it's going to work out really well or not. So I'm going to upload this video. Maybe we got some errors, so that's why we couldn't have that one. Actually, we didn't turn on our application, so I'm going to turn on our application again, npm run dev. So I turn on our application again. I'm going to remove all the log in here, and I'm going to upload the video again, space. I still got the error, so I got the really wrong error message inside our server. So I found the problem. I didn't change this part, so I brought this code from in here. So I should have changed this part into our code, but I forgot to change it. So I need to change this one into this one. I'm sorry, this one. So I'm going to do it again. So first I go back to our application and I will upload it. Oh, I got the thumbnail back well, but I think I really need to change the style for this thumbnail. Actually, it was not a styling problem. So when we made the thumbnail, we didn't configure which size of thumbnail we are going to make. To configure the size, we come back in here, this FFMPEG part, and inside the screenshots. So we need to say size, and I want to say 320 multiply 230, and then I also want to change the file name in here, thumbnail NB. This B means, so input base name means file name without extension. So if you want to know about this one, you can go to this page and you can see in here the file names option. So I'm going to save it again, and then I will go back to our application, and I'm going to just refresh the page to remove that thumbnail, and I'm going to make the one more thumbnail. So now we have a right size of thumbnail, and if we go to our editor and if we click in thumbnail folders, you can see we have a 3 thumbnail for one video and 3 thumbnail for one video. So thank you for watching this video again, and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friend. Today we are going to submit all of the information in here into the server. So we want to save all of the data in here into the MongoDB. That's what we are going to do. To do that, we have this step of how to do. So first we need to make the video collection for MongoDB, which is the table in SQL terminology. So if you see in here that there is a MongoDB video collection, if you see in here views and writers and title and description and privacy and file paths and so on, there are information about the video. If we type something in here for title and description, everything will be inside this one. That's why we need to make the collection for the video first, and then we need to make the unsubmit function. So if we see here, we didn't make this unsubmit function. When we click this button, we need to trigger that unsubmit function. That's why we need to make that unsubmit function. After that, we will just submit all information into the server, and we will save them in MongoDB. So if we see this, the video collections, we need the writers, the who is going to write this post, and then title for the post, and description and privacy, like privacy for the public, and file path and category and views and duration and thumbnail. So first we are going to make this video collection. So we go to our text editor in here. So if we come down, so if we see in here, there is a models folder. So if we see the user, it is already made it for the user data. So there is a name and email and password. So first I'm going to make the file named BDO with the capital for the V and made it. And then I'm going to copy everything in here and then paste it. And then I will just delete all the parts we don't actually need. Delete it. We also don't need this part. And we need to change this name into video schema. And this one will be video schema. And this one video. And this one video and video. So we will export this video into other file. So we need to change this one into this one. First, we will say that this writer field. So say writer, and this type will be schema, and type object ID. Well, we didn't have schema yet, so we need to bring the schema first from the mongoose schema. So the reason why I say type like this, schema types object ID, by doing like this, we can bring all of the users' data. So if we know this object IDs, we can bring all of the users' data. So we will say ref user. So by going in users collection, we got all the data to this writer. So by using the schema types objective ID. So for the title field, title type will be string, and the max length will be just the 50, and it doesn't have to be unique. And then description, no need to have min length. And for privacy, just string and file path. Privacy needs to be the number, because I will give the just 0 or 1. 0 for the privacy and 1 for the public. That's why it has to be the number, and the file path will be string and no default values. And category, you can just type like this without this type key. Category will be the string, and we also need the view. The type will be number, because it and will be 0 because it starts from the 0. And then duration, type will be string, and then thumbnail type will be string. And then lastly, we need to type this one, timestamp true. So it will automatically generate the created at and updated at value. So this is all we needed to do for the video collection. So I'm going to save this one. And now what we need to do is to make onSubmit function. So we go to upload video page in here. So we will make this a function. So now in here we will get the event. So we will make sure that we keep the form from attempting to submit itself by calling event prevent default. And now we need to do Axios request post API and video and upload video. So we need to put variables, and then we make the const variables. And so which kind of variable do we need to send to the server? So there are a lot, because inside the database there are a lot of fields we need to fill in. So lighter, title, description, privacy, and path or category. There are so many things we need to send. So we need to put writer, title, privacy, file, path, and category, and duration, and thumbnail. Wherever we will get the writers, the ID. So if we come back to our application, and I'm going to turn on the Redux extension. So in here, so if you see these Redux extensions, we already get user data's ID. So we can get this one from here. So to do that, first we need to bring the Redux by using the Redux hook. Use selector from React Redux, and by using this value const user use selector and state and user. So if you see here, this one is a state. You can see this one state. So state and user data. And state, we bring this state, and then state and user, and this user. And then we got this user. So we put this user in here, and user data, and then ID. So this is the writer who is writing this video post, and then the title is the title come from this state, and then description will be just this description.
And privacy, we also got this one from the state, and file path, and we got from the state again, and categories, and duration will be just duration, and thumbnail from the thumbnail. lastly.
So we can put this variable inside a HTTP post request, and we will do, and then respond. We got the response back from the backend, and then if this response and data and success, then we will do something, and else we will say fail to upload video. So we need to make this route first. So we go to video routes in the server, and in here we are going to make one more router. Our location we need to pass. So our path is upload video. I got it, and then I paste it in here. I just delete it. So now we will get all of the variables that we sent from the client. This variable, we got it in here, and then we put that data inside the MongoDB. To do that, first we need to get the video and video model. So we need to first get the video collection instance, video, new video. In here, request and body. So we put all of the variables inside the MongoDB video collection, and then we will save it, video, and save. If it has some errors, we will get the error callback and then video. So if we have error, return status 400 and JSON, success, false, and error. And if we were successful, rest status 200 and JSON, and success, true. So this is all for just saving or the value inside the video collection. So we go back to our client, and if we success, like alert video uploaded successfully. After uploading this one, we want to change this page into just a landing page. So to do that, we will say props and history and push. But we don't have props right now because we didn't prop in here yet. So by typing props history push, we can automatically go change our page into any other page we put in here. I'm going to save it, and then I go to upload the video page again, and then I will just turn on the console panel to see what is going on. And then first I'm going to upload the video, and I got the thumbnail back, and hello for title, and nice to meet you, and I will make it public. And then the auto and vehicle for the categories, I'm going to click the submit, and you can see video uploaded successfully, and okay, we came to this landing page. So successfully we uploaded. If we go back to the video upload page again, so now even though we didn't type anything, we can just click the submit button. So we want to prevent that from happening. So to do that, first in here, so we only want to allow the login user to click the submit button. So to do that, user data, so I got it from the Redux again, user data is us. So that means if we see this Redux extension again, so user data is us, is now we are logged in, that's why it is true. But if we didn't log in, it would be just a false. So that's why if we have user data but that users us is a false, we just need to return alert, please log in first. And then if the user didn't type any other field in here, we just prevent the person from clicking this one. So to do that, if title is empty or the description is empty or categories empty, or file path empty, duration empty. So any of the value is empty. Sorry, this one is the category with the capital, and this one too. So any of the value in here is empty. We just return alert, please first fill or the fields. So now we did all the process for this upload video page. So thank you for watching this video and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. In this section, we are going to make this landing page where all the videos that user uploaded are displayed. So if we first see the step of how to make the landing page, so first we are going to make empty landing page. So this is the landing page itself. And then we're going to make the UI for video card. This one UI for video card. This one is the video card. And then we're going to fetch all video data from MongoDB to client. So we come in here. So when we just upload the videos, all of the information about videos saved in MongoDB. So we will fetch all of this data into the client, and then we will just populate those data on our screen. So this is all we're going to do. First, by going to our text editor in here, first we are going to make that landing page. We come in here, landing page, and then I'm going to first run our application by typing npm run dev. So now it is our landing page. So first I'm going to delete all of the parts because we are not going to use this one, and then I'm going to make the deep wrapper and then save it. If we come in here, now we deleted all of the things, so nothing is in here, and we need to make this page like this one. So first we are going to make this recommended part, style with 85% and margin 3 rem and alt. And for this text styling, I'm going to use the anti-design again. So I'm going to bring the card, avatar, and call, and typography, and row from and d. And we need to const title and typography, and we put this one in here, and we will give the label to for this one recommended. So we come in here, we have this text, and then we need to have this line, so we will give the HR. So we have this one, this line here, and then we want to make this one card. After making one card, we can just multiply this one by using the map method. So first we are going to make this one card. So in here, style, position, relative, and we need to have image, this one, style with 100%, and we will have the src, and then we need to have this duration. We will give the class name duration, and span, this minutes and the second, minutes, second, and then we need to have this part. So in here we are going to use the anti-design again. So we will bring the meta from car, so we will put the meta in here. We can put avatar from the anti-design, src. Avatar is this image, title. So we made this whole part right now, and we need to have this part, and span, video, writer name, and then span. We see here the views count, and so where we posted this video, style, margin left 3 rem, views count, and span again, and date. So I'm going to save it, and then we go to our application. So we have it like this. Even though it's really weird because we didn't put any of data in here. So now we have one card template. So we are going to fetch a lot of data from the MongoDB. To do that, we need to use the React hook here, use effect, and we are going to delete this part and this part. So we need to use effect from the React. So in here we will use the Axios. To do that, we need to import the Axios first from Axios. We will do get request. The location will be API, the video, and get videos. And then response from the backend. So if response and data and success, so we will do something else. We will say fail to get videos. So we are going to save it, and then we will make this routes inside our server. So we go to video routes in server. So in here we need to make it again, but I copy this one and paste it, but we need to have the get request, and then for this one get videos. So we will put the get videos in here, and now I need to use the video instance, so I need to delete this one. So I got the video model, and then find this means I will find all of the data inside the video collection. In here, all of the data in the video collection, I brought it by using this one, and then I will populate it. So if I see in here, writer's information is just the ID of that writer, but I want to have all of the information about writer. It can be writer's name, a writer's image, or any other things about writer. So how can I do that? When I want to do that, I can use the populate, and then I will just say writer. So after this, I will do execute, so I can also get error or the videos information comes from the MongoDB. So if I got error, return response and status 400 and send error. Or it was successful, a response and status and 200 and JSON data, and we say success true, and then we will send the videos information we got from the MongoDB. So we go back to our landing page in here, so we will see what kind of information we will get, response and data. So I come in here, I open the console panel, and then I'm going to refresh the page. If we see in here, we got the 7 videos because I uploaded 7 videos. If I click the first one, so I got all of the data about this video, categories and description and duration. Now we are going to populate all of the data in here. So we come back in landing page. In here it's videos, and then first I will make the state. So I will put all of the videos data inside the state. So to do that, I will do use state, and then videos, I will put set videos in here. This one will be array because we have a lot of objects. We will wrap them with the array. So we will have a array initial state, and we just put the use state in here, and then we got all of the videos inside the videos state, and then save it. So I'm going to use this video state that has all of the videos information, but we need to have many videos, so that's why I'm going to make one variable. So I'm going to just delete this one and put it in here temporarily, and then in here I will say render card, and then I put this one in here, const render card, and then I I bring this video state in here, and I will use the map method. So we got only one video object, and then we will have the index, and we will just return, and we put this one we made for the one card in here. The source is the HTTP localhost 5000 video and some thumbnail. To spread this information, we will see the thumbnail. So video, thumbnail. So video and thumbnail. I brought this one. We need to have the avatar source, that's a video, and writer, so video writer, and then image, so writer image. And we also need to have the title. Title will be video title, and then writer's name will be video writer name, and view count is video and views. And for a day, we're going to use this the Moment.js library. So to use this one, we're going to do npm install moment and save. So we are going to copy this one and then turn it on. And first turn off the server, turn off the application. I'm going to paste it, npm install moment save, to download this dependency and download it. And then I'm going to run our application again, npm run dev. So in here, first we need to import the moment. We just download it, moment in here, and then we're going to use the moment library in here, so moment, and we will put the video and create it at, we got from here, created at. We can just put this value in here, but it's not that pretty, so that's why we are changing the format of this date. To change the format, we say the format 3 capital M and D-O and Y-Y. If you want to know about this, you can just check out the Comment.js documentation. So I'm going to just delete part. At first, I'm going to save it. I'm going back to our application. So you can see here, so minute, image and minute, second, and the avatar, and video's the title and writer's name, view count, and then created date. We didn't have this image inside our node server, that's why we have this image error. And then we need to change this minute and second. To do that, I'm going to set 2 variables. One is the minutes, and the second one is the seconds. For minutes, we will use mass and floor and video and duration. And so if we see the video duration, it is just a second, but we also have the decimal, but it doesn't look good, so that's why we need to change this one into prettier format. So we are going to divide this, the video duration, which is a second, by the 60, and we will get the minutes of this duration. And then we will also do mass and floor. We will do video and duration and minus minute, and then multiply 60. So we put this minutes in here, and we will put this seconds in here, and we need to have art in here, some nail. So I'm going to save it again. So if we see here, now we got the right format of the duration. Now we need to make this one like this. We will have 2 rows, and we will have 4 columns in 1 row. To do that, we're going to use the anti-design again. So we will wrap this render card by the row comes from the anti-design, and then we will change this div into call. replace this with call again. And in here, when we have a large size screen, we will have 6, and I'm going to explain it later. And medium size window, we will have just 8, and extra small sized windows that we will have 24. So if I say this one is the size, 6 size and 8 size and 24 size, one row consists of 24 size. So when we have the extra small window like this will become the 24. So that's why we will have only one card. So now we have 4 columns in one row. And first I'm going to make one post to see how it look like. So I'm going to video and upload and come in here, and I'm going to just upload one video and title space and hello and public and any category and submit. Come in here, so you can see, so we got this one. Still the looks not that pretty. At least we can know that we are doing right. So first, so I'm going to a little bit more of styling for this part. So I'm going to put the BR in here and in here. So I come back in here. So I got the better format than before, and I'm going to move this one into here like this one. So to do that, we're going to change this part. We actually need to do a lot of styling for that one. So first we will say the bottom 0 and then right 0, because it will be, so this position is the relative. So if we say bottom 0, and it will be just in here, and the right 0, it will be in here. So bottom 0 and right 0, and position absolute, and margin 4 pm. First I'm going to let you see what is going on. Now can you see, like, yeah, you can see this number got inside of the image right now. So we are going to keep changing this one. Color will be FFF, which is the white, and then the background color will be, and then opacity will be this, and then padding will be 2px for the up and down, and 4px for right and left, and border radius will be 2px, and letter spacing 1.5px, and font size will be 12px. It will be really long, right? And font rate will be 500, and lastly line height will be 12px. I'm going to save it. So can you see it looks way better right now. This is all for this section. This section was longer than I thought. I thought I'm going to make this page really quickly, but I couldn't. I'm sorry about that. So thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next video. Thank you. So hello my friends. In this sections we are going to make a detailed video post page. So if we come in here, come to our landing page, and then if we click just one of the videos in here, so we come inside in here, this is the detailed video post page. So we are going to make just this part, not the subscribe or like part. Maybe we will do this one later. So we will see this one. This is the steps how we will do in this section. So first we will make the empty detail post page, this empty page, and then we will make a routing for the post page. So we will make this landing page in our last section. So in here, so if we want to come in here, we need to have this path. So to get this path, we need to make the routing, and then we need to make a template for a detail page, just this template. template for the video and template for the avatar and then user information. And then we need to fetch the video post data from the MongoDB. And lastly, we will populate the data on browser. So first we will go to our text editor in here. And first I'm going to run our application npm run dev. So now we are in our landing page. So we will make that. So now we will make this empty video page. So click back over to our text editors. In here, inside the views, we make the folder named detail video page. So inside detail video page, we will make the file detail video page JavaScript. So in here, I'm going to use the RFCE for the functional component, and I'm going to just say detail page. Save it, and then we come back to our application. But even though we already made the page, there is no way to go inside that page we just made it. So that's why we need to make the routing. So to make the routing, so we need to go to app.js in here. So we need to import detail video page from views and detail video page and detail video page. And then we need to copy and paste it for the route, and then we copy and paste these components, and we want to let anyone to go inside this detail video page, so we will change this one into null. And then we want to change the path into video and the video ID. So if we come in here, so each of these video posts has their own video ID. So that's why when we go inside this detailed page, we need to use this video's ID, unique ID. And in React, when we make the queries, so we will just use this one. After that, we will just write the name, and that is how to make the query inside the ReactJS. So we save it. So we go back to our application, and when we click any of the video in here, we want to go inside the page, but so we didn't attach the link in here. So first we are going to attach the link in here. So in here and landing page, I want to keep the A tag in here, wrap. I want to wrap this part. So href will be video, and so we say video and the video ID, but the video ID is the video and ID. Now we can go inside the detailed page by clicking this one. So I'm going to click it. So now you can see here detailed page, and then if we see this URL, so you can see video and then video's ID. It is starting from 5DEA. This is the video ID that belongs to this detailed page. So I made a routing for post page. So it's time to make a template for detailed page. So I go to the detailed page. In here, I will make template. Unlike the previous sections, I actually don't want to type all of the template right now because it took so long time to type all of the template. So I'm just going to paste it from my source code. I got it from the anti-design. I need to import the anti-design in here. I need to have the wrist and avatar and typography and wrist from anti-design. So now we have this template. So if I explain it, so we will have the wrapper div. So we also have the video tag, and then we also have the list, and inside the list we have the avatar, the user image, and then title and descriptions. So we go back to our application. So if you see we have the video, and then avatar here, and username in here. So from now on, what we need to do is to fetch the video post data from the MongoDB. So to fetch the video information from the MongoDB, I will just use effect, delete this part and delete this part, and use effect comes from the React. So I put it in here, and then to HTTP request, I'll bring the Axios in here. This will be post request, and the path will be IP and video and get video. And we need to have the variable to send into the server, so that will be just the video variable. So we didn't have this one yet, so we need to make it. So now we need to think about which data do we need to send to get this video information. That is this video ID we have in this URL. So how can we get the video URL, the state in here? So the way is we will use the props match and params and video ID. The reason why I say the video ID is if we go back to our app.js and we say video and video ID. So if we say this query like this, we need to use this one to get that value, so video ID. So we will just set this one as a value and video ID. So we put it in here, video value is the video value. So we do the then and response. We got back from the server, and then if response and data and success, we do something else, alert failed to get video info. So I'm going to save it, and I'm going to go to the video route to make this routing. So, and then I'm going to copy this path, get video, and then I'm going to video routes. In here, I pasted it and copy this one, and then paste it, and I'm going to copy it, get video, and just put it in here. And I just delete this part, we are not going to use it. But right now we are going to just find only one video that belongs to this page. So I'm going to say video model and then find one. And when we find only one video, we will use that video ID. And then video ID will be request the body, and if we come back to video page, we say the video ID. So that's why we need to put this one here, video ID, request the body video ID. So, and we do the populate again for the writer, and then execute, and we can also get the error, or we can get the video information. We need to do like this. If we have error, return response and status 400 and send error. So if it was successful, status 200 and JSON, and success true, and video information we send to the client. We go back to detailed video page, and then we will see which data we got from the backend response and the data. So copy it. If you look at here, so video, and we got all of the data about this one video. So we are going to populate this data on the screen. So we go back to our detail page, and then in here, first we need to put this video data inside the state. So first we will make that state by using useState. Comes from the React hook, so we need to import it again from the React. This one is just a video. Okay, video and set video. Initial state will be just the array, and then we put this set video in here. Yeah, so we get response data video inside in here and save it, and then by using this video state, we can just write the HTTP localhost 5000 because our server's port is 5000, and then video and file path. You see here video and file path. So that's why I say video file path. And then we don't have action yet. We will have later for the like or subscribe button. And then we have the avatar source is the video writer image. And for the title, video title. And we can put the description here if you want to. So the video description in here. So I'm going to save it and then come back in here. We have some error in here, so maybe we need to do like this. Video writer. So if we have a video writer, we will just render this one. So I'm going to save it again and then try. You see we can have our avatar and then title and then description and then our video. So now we got our basic detailed video post. I thank you for watching this video and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. In this section we are going to make the side video in video post page. That is just this part. So to make this part, first we will make entire layout for side video. If we see this page, there are actually two columns. One column is in this part, the video and then comment part. And then the other column is for the side video. And then if we make the screen smaller, actually the side videos that go down, so we want to make the responsive application, so that's why we need to make the entire layout. And then we will make the template for one card, and then we first make this one card. After that we will just fetch all the video data from the MongoDB, and then we will populate data in the browser. So first we will make this entire layout. So we go to our text editor in here. So we are going to type the npm run dev to run our application. So now we come in our application, so we go inside the video post page, and then now we have only one column. So first we need to make two columns for the side video. So we want to make the responsive row for the two columns. I'm going to use the entity design again. So to do that, I need to bring the row and the column. So bring this row in here, row, and we are going to wrap this component with row, and then we also need to put the column, and we will have two columns, so I need to make one more column in here for side video. So in here we have two columns now. I say in the previous section, this one row consists of 24 sides, so I want to give this first column the 18 sides, and then for the size page I want to give the 6 sides. So to do that, when the browser size is larger, I want to give the 18 size for this column, and then I want to give larger 6 size for this column. and then the browser size is extra small. I want to give this column 24 and this column 24 size, and I'm going to save it, and then I come in here. So you can see when the browser size is large, the first column get 18 size and second column is 6 size. So if this browser gets smaller, you can see this side video parts that automatically go down to have 24 size on its own. So now we make it bigger again, and then so now we finish this part. So I'm going to make the template for just this one card. So come back in here, so we make the one card in here. So in here I'm going to start making, so I need to have a wrapper div, and then inside in here first I want to have this image part, style width 100% and src, and we will get this later. And then when we click this one, we want to go into this video post page, so that's why I want to give the link. So we need to wrap this image with this link and the href. After that we also need this part, so we first make the div, and then we also want to have the link and href and span for the video title, but it has different font style from the other one, so that's why I need to give the style, font size, color black, and video title I want to give this username, but I also need to give the rhyme break. So this one is the views count and then the duration. View count and duration. So I'm going to save it, and then we go back to our application. Now you can see like this, but we didn't actually put the image in here, so that's why we don't have image. But actually I need to make this position, like the image has to be left, so that's why I'm going to use the flex style. So in here, style, display, flex, and margin 1 rem, padding 2 rem. So now we finish just this part. So now we need to fetch all the video data from MongoDB. So we come in here. So to get the side video data, so we need to do like this. But if we come in here real quick, so actually in this page, if we just keep typing some code in this page, I think there will be so many code we need to type in here. So that's why rather than just keep coding in here, I'm going to make just one component for only side video. So we will make just this page much clearer. So I'm going to first make the component only for the side video. So I just come in here, and inside the detail video page folder, I will make the section folder. And inside the sections folder, I'm going to make the side video.js. In here, I will type rfce for function and component. This is side video. We come back in detail video page, and we will import the page we just made, side video from section and side video, and then we put this one in here, and then we need to bring this one inside the side video page like this. We save it, and then we save it again. So we go back to our application, You see, we still have the same page as we did. So now we are going to bring the video data in here. So now we will do use effect. We didn't import it in here for use effects. I give the use effect in here and then delete this part and delete this part, and we will bring the Axios from Axios. Now in here we need to send a request to the server to get all of the videos data, but think about just this part. So we already have that API to get all of the videos data from the MongoDB, so we can just use the API we use for this part. So if we go to the landing page, we have this API, so we are going to get this one, and then we paste it in here. We need to use the state that will be site videos, so we put this one in here, and initial value will be just array, and use state, put it in here, and then we have this site video. So I'm going to see this console log. So come in here and we go to detail video page, and then I'm going to turn on the console. In here we got the 8 arrays. I'm going to spread it, and then look at this. Now we got all of the video data as well. So now it's time to populate data in the browser. So first we go to our text editor in here. Now we need to change this one because we only have a render one card, but we need to have every card for every video data. So that's why we need to use the map method again. So first fragment, and then inside in here site video item. So I will make this constant in here. First we need to have this site video state, and then we will do map, and we get only one video, and then index. So in here we will put this one, but we need to say the return. This error goes away. So first we need to replace the video title with the video dot title, and this username has to be replaced with video and writer and name, and this view count changed into video views. For durations, when we make our landing page, we already make this duration, so we will bring this one in here. So we go to our landing page and we copy this part and then paste it in here. So we put this minute first in here and bring the second two in here. And the last thing we need to do is that we need to give the source. This will be the HTTP localhost 5000 and video and thumbnail. So save it. So now we go back to our application and go inside the detail page, and you see, so now we got like this, but the styling is quite weird. I'm going to fix the styling, and we come back in here. First in here I want to give this one just the width 30%, and margin right is the 1 rem, and then for this div I want to give just a 50%. So I'm save it and come back in here. So you see we have the better styling than before, but I want to make the same margin height with this one and this one. So in here I need to give more margin top. So in here, I'm going to make the div, and I'm just say margin top 3 rem. So now we got the same margin top with this one and this one. And I actually want to change this text color into the gray one. I'm going to give this link the styling color gray, and even for this one gray. And we didn't give the link for the href, so this needs to be video and video ID. We can give this one the same link, so video and video ID. So we come in here. First, I'm going to make just one more video. So if I go to video upload, and I'm going to make one more video, this one, and penguin, hello, public, and anyone, and we made it. Now because of this part, we don't have that image file, the styling becomes really bad. But anyway, we made one more post well, so I want to go inside in here. We get two sidecars, so if I want to go in here, see, we came in this video page. So thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next section. Bye. Hello my friends. Today we are going to make a subscribe feature, this subscribe feature. So to do that, first we need to make subscriber model. In subscriber collections, there is two fields, which are the user to and user from field. After that, we are going to make subscribe button, this button. So after that, we will also fetch the number of the data, which is how many subscribers the poster writer has. So one person wrote the post, so that's why we can see this one. So we want to know this poster's owners have how many subscribers. If that person has the 5 subscribers, we need to put the 5 in here. And then we also need to fetch the information of whether I am the video owner's subscriber or not. If I am the subscriber for the person who wrote this post, this has to be subscribed to instead of subscribe. So if I explain it again, if that post owner has no subscriber, we need to put the 0, or if the post owner has 1 subscriber, we will put just the 1 in here. And then if I'm subscribing to that person who has that post, so we can just say subscribe to, but I'm not the subscriber for that post owner, so we will just say subscribe. After getting these two information, I'm going to populate the data on the browser. This is what we are going to do in this section. So first I'm going to make the subscriber model. So we go to our text editor. So first we need to go to the model in here. Before, as we made these video models, we also need to make the subscribers JS, and in here we're going to copy this whole part from the video model and paste it. If you see here, actually I need to change this one into small letter subscriber, and I need to change this name into subscriber schema, and then I need to delete all of the fields for the videos, and I need to change this one into subscriber, and I need to copy this one and put it in here for the schema, and copy, paste it, and paste it. And we need to make the field in here. First one is the user to, so the person who will get subscribed, type schema and types and object ID ref will be user, and the other field is user from, the person who are going to subscribe, and type schema and types and object ID, and ref will be user as well. And now we are going to save this one. We already finished making the subscriber model, and now we need to make the subscribe button. So now we go to detailed video page in here, So if we want to make some feature in here and here, we actually need to put something in here. So first I'm going to run this application. So I'm going to open the terminal and then I will type npm run dev. So now we came inside our applications. So we don't have a subscriber button yet, so we need to make that one. So come back to our detail video page. So in here I'm going to make one more component only for the subscriber as we did for the side video. So first I will say subscriber, but we don't have this component yet, so that's why I need to import subscriber, sections and subscriber, and we will make this file. So in here inside the section we need to make that subscriber NJS. We say rfce to make the functional component. So we say subscribe and we save it and we go to our application back. So we see the subscriber button appear in here. So now we go back to subscribe file. So we are going to make the button in here. Button subscriber. And we need to do some styling for this button. First, the background color will be just A 6A, and then border radius 4px, and color will be white, and padding will be 10px for up and down and 16% for left and right, and font weight will be 500, and font size will be just the 1 ILM, and text transform to make all the letters uppercase. So now we save it and we come back in here. Okay, maybe I need to change this background color into CCM40, and we come back in here. You see we got our subscribe button, and now what we need to do is to fetch the number of the data, which is how many subscriber post writer has. To fetch that, we need to do the HTTP request. We have use effect in here, use effect, and delete this part too, and then we need to get the Axios again. From Axios, we put that Axios in here and we post, and the API location will be API and subscribe and then subscribe number, and we need to put the variable. The name will be subscribe number variables. So we don't have this variable yet, so that's why we need to make it in here const. And so which kind of information we need to send to the backend to get the subscribe number. So now we want to get the information how many subscriber the post writer has. So that's why we need to have the user's ID, who wrote that poster. So we will have user 2. So we need to have user 2's ID. But how can we get the user 2's ID? So if we go back to detailed video page, in here we have the subscriber function. So we can give the user 2 props. And then if you see in here a video writer, so we can just say video writer and ID like this. If I send this one as a props, we can get in here as a props. So user 2 will be props and user 2, because I sent this user 2 as a prop, so that's why we can get user 2 as a prop 2. But I didn't put this prop in here. I need to first put that prop inside in here. I can also get the user from information by doing like this, user from, and then we come in here, and then we also need to put user from as a prop. Well, how can we get the user from information? To get this information, first I'm going to let you see our browser in here. So I'm going to just turn on the console, and then we go to the application, and then we come inside the local storage. So you can see there is a user ID, key, and then value. The reason is, so if we go to our text editor and if we go login page, we are inside the login page right now. So when we do the login, if we were successful to do the login, we will put that user ID inside the local storage by typing window local storage set ID user. So that's why we can have the user ID inside the local storage. So we will get the user ID from here for our user from information. So to get the data from the local storage, we will use local storage and get item and user ID. That's how we can get the value from the local storage. And then now we are going to save it. First I'm going to put this one in here and then save it. Now we did this Axios request and we will do then and response, and we will do if response and data and success. We will do something. If we will fail to do that, alert fail to get subscriber number. I will go to our application. So we have the error right now in here. The error is we cannot get this ID. So if we think about the reason why we cannot get this ID, there are actually 3 steps to get this ID. But when fetching this ID information, it takes time. But when we render this component, it's actually already late to get this ID. That's why we couldn't get this ID. So if our speed of getting this ID is faster than the time we render our page, so we won't have this error. But the reason is our speed of getting this ID is slower than rendering this page. So that's why we get this ID. So how can we solve this problem? Maybe there are a lot of ways to solve that problem, but I'm going to use this way. So right now, to get this information is very slow. That's why we have error. I'm going to just render this component after I already get the video and writer information. So we do like this. So if we have video and writer information, so if we already have this video and writer information, we will just render this one. So if not, I will just do div thing. So now if I go back to our application, so I'm going to refresh the page. You can see, even though it's very fast, in here loading signal we can have when we don't have the video writer information yet. So we will just render loading signal in here. So after we get the video and writer, we will render this part. So that's why we can safely have this video writer ID. So now we come back to our subscriber file, and then we will make this route. So we need to go to subscribe routes, but we actually didn't make that routes yet. We only have user routes and video routes. So we first make subscribe route.js, and then we made this routes. First we also need to do something inside the server index.js. If I explain it again why we need to make this subscribe and then routes and subscribe is, first if we send the request from the client API subscribe, it will go to this index.js, and then we need to change the route into the routes and subscribe file with the API subscribe. That's why we can get this API inside this file. So first I'm going to bring everything from the video routes to the subscribe routes, and I need to change this one is subscriber model and subscriber model. I need to delete these 2 parts we actually don't need, and this part too. We need to change this one, it's subscribe, delete all of this part and delete this part. And our location for this API is subscribe number, so I'm going to copy and paste it. So we need to bring the subscriber model in here, and then we need to find and which information do we need to send to get that subscriber number information from the MongoDB. That is the user 2. So we can get request and body and then user 2 because we send the information as a user 2 variable. So that's why we do like this, and then execute. We can get error callback and then subscribe information callback, and then we will do if we got the error, return resp and status and 400 and send error, and if it was successful, response status 200 and JSON success true. We want to send the subscriber number, but how can we have this subscribe number? So inside the subscriber value, it has all of the subscribers informations who are subscribing to this user 2. Oh, I need to change this one into user 2. If it has a 3 subscriber, this value has that 3 subscribers information. But we just want to get the information of how many subscribers this user has. So we just want to get that number, not all of the subscribing users information. So to do that, we will just do subscribe and length. So if we do that, we can just get that number of the people who are subscribing to this user too. So we put this one like this. So this is our first subscribe number router. So we save it, and then we come in here, we will get the console log and the response and data and we subscribe number. So save it, and we will try to get this log, what we get in here. Yeah, turn on console. Can you see in here we got the 0 back because we don't have any subscriber yet. So I want to just put this information inside the state. So I will use the user state, and then the state name will be subscribe number. So initial state will be just 0 because it starts from the 0, and then we didn't have the use state imported. We put it in here, and subscriber number and response data subscriber, and then we did like that. So now we are done for the subscriber number API. So now it's time to fetch the information of whether I am this video owner subscriber or not. So we will need to have this information. So we do the Axios and post and API and subscribe and subscribe, and then which variable do we need to put. So I'm going to just use this variable together for this one to do that. So which kind of information do we need to send? So first we definitely need to have this user 2 information, and if we think about it, we also need user from information 2 for this API. We already got this user from information as a prop. We put it in here, so we can just put this one in here, and we will do then and response and data and success. We do something else alert to get subscribed information. We are going to make this router. So go to our subscriber routes in here. We're going to copy and paste it, and we get this location and paste it. We also do subscriber and find, but we need to put one more thing, user from. So we say request body and user from. But you know why I put these two properties together for this API? Because we need to find whether I am the subscriber of these users or not. So that's why I need to put my information and then the post owner's information too. So we will get this error or subscribe user's information. So now we will get the error or the information, which kind of information this subscriber has. If this user from is the subscriber of this user 2, we will have one documentation. But if this user from is not subscriber of this user 2 person, so we are not gonna have any documentation that comes from the MongoDB. So by using that information, we will know user from is the subscriber of this person or not. So we are going to set the result as a false. This means is this user from is not subscriber of user 2, but subscribe length not equivalent to 0. That means this user from is the subscriber of user 2. That's why we need to change this one into the true. So we need to change this one, subscribe boot, and then we will put this result information like this. So now we go to our client page and subscriber in here. So we try to get that information that comes from the backend response and data and subscribed and save. And in here you can see the false, because this user from is not subscriber of this user 2. That's why we get the false information in here. So now we also want to put this information inside the state. So use the state again and subscribe boot, put response data subscribe in here. And now it's time to populate that data we got from in here on browser. So in here, first we put our subscriber number like this, and then we get this subscribe state. So if we are subscribed, we say subscribe boot. If not, we just say subscribe. And we also want to change the background color by using the backtick. So if we are already subscribed this person, we will have the color of A6A, and then if not, we are going to use this one. So now I'm going to save it and then come back to our application. Now you see we get the number and then subscribed information in here. So thank you for watching this long video. I didn't expect it becomes this long, but anyway, so in our next section, so we are going to make the subscriber feature again. So when we click this one, we need to subscribe to that person, and when we click this one again, we need to unsubscribe that person. So we are going to make that feature too. So see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friend. We are going to make subscribe feature again. So when we are not subscribed yet, so if we click this button, we are going to subscribe. If we are already subscribed, if we click this button, we are going to do unsubscribe. So we are going to make these two functions in this section. So first we are going to make the feature to subscribe, and then we are going to make the feature to unsubscribe. So first we go to our text editor, and then we are going to turn on our application by typing npm run dev. First I'm going to log in with the different IDs here, so I can see this is subscribe button. If I'm using the same ID as the post owner, I cannot see this subscribe button, so that's why I log in with a different account. First we are going to subscribe component in here. So when we click this one, something needs to be triggered, so that's why we need to give this button unclick. The name will be unsubscribe. I'm going to make this function in here const unsubscribe, and I will use the arrow function. So in here we're going to get the two cases. One case is when we are not subscribed, and the other case is when we already subscribed. So I'm going to give this if condition. So if we are subscribed, we do something in here, and if we are not subscribed yet, so we do something in here. So I'm going to type in here when we are already subscribed, and in here when we are not subscribed yet. In here we say first we are going to make this subscribe feature, so we are going to start from in here. We need to have Axios to do the HTTP request, so the location will be API subscribe and subscribe. And then we also need to put the variable. I'm going to set the variable in here, so let subscribe variables. I'm going to give two property. One is the user2. We already get the user2 in here by using the props, so I put it in here. I will also get the user from property that comes from here, and then I put the subscribe variables in here to send to the backend, and then I will do then response. Now you know what I'm going to do in here, response and data and success, and we will do something. If it was the failed, so we will just say fail to subscribe. So first we are going to make this a router first, so go to subscribe routes file, and in here I'm going to just copy this one and then paste it, and copy one and paste it in here. So in here first we are going to delete unnecessary parts. So what we need to do here is that we can just save the value we got from the client inside the MongoDB, because we are going to get these two property, user2 and user from. So if we click this subscribe button, we need to say to our MongoDB, I will subscribe this person, so you need to remember I subscribe to this person. So that's why I save the data of this user to a user from to the MongoDB. So first I need to make the instance of subscribe and new subscriber and request and body, and by using this subscribe instance, and then we just do save method, and we get the callback if we get the error, and then we got the documents, and if we got the error, return risk and JSON, and success, false, and error. And then if it was successful, we will return response and status to 100 and JSON and success true. And we actually don't need to send any more information to our client, because what we needed to do is just to save the data inside a subscribe collection. So I'm going to save it. Now I want to try this function goes well by really clicking that subscribe button. So first we go to our application in here, and before I'm going to click this button, first I'm going to let you see the MongoDB right now. Inside this subscriber collection, actually you can see we don't have any documents in here, but if I click this button and then we go to MongoDB again and refresh the page, you see we have one document. So that means this user from member is subscribing to this user2 member. So we were successful to make this a subscribe function, and now it's time to make this unsubscribe function. So we go to our text editor again and go to subscriber components, and we need to do something in here. It will be very similar process that we will take as this one. So I will say Axios and the post, and the location will be API and subscribe louder and unsubscribe, and we will put this subscribe variable in here too, and then we do then and response and if response and data and success do something else alert fail to unsubscribe. So we save it. Sorry about this one. After being successful this subscribe function, I didn't do anything in here. I need to change the state because after clicking this one, actually I need to change this state. So that's why I needed to do something in here, but I skip it mistakenly. So I'm going to do something. So we have this subscribe number. So we need to change the subscribe number. I also got the current subscribe number plus 1 because the one more person subscribing to that person, that's why I need to increment that number by 1. And then I also need to change the status of subscribe. So I need to get the set subscribe state into here, and then I need to do like this. So if subscribe was true, it will be false, and if is subscribe was false, it will be true because I just keep this one like this just to save it. And now I really finished it making for this subscribe feature, so I needed to keep going for unsubscribe feature again. So I first need to go to this route to make this router. So unsubscribe and go to subscribe routes, copy and paste it again, copy and paste. And in here we need to do different things than this subscriber router. So what we need to do is if we come back in our MongoDB, so we have this document, but if we unsubscribe it, we actually need to delete all of this one. That's what we need to do inside in here. So to delete it, first we need to find this document by using user to and user from information. So first I'm going to bring the subscriber model, and then I say find one and delete. So we need to put user to, this will be cost body and user to, and we also need to put one more user from, this will be request body and user from. So what we are going to do is that we need to find just the one document by using this user to and user from, and then we are going to delete that document. So after doing it, we will execute the query, and we will get the error callback and document. So in here, if we got error, so we say response status and 400 and JSON and success false and error. And if it was successful, response status 200 and JSON and success true and doc. So now we just finished making a router for unsubscribe feature. So now we go back to our subscribe component in here. So as we did something in here after being successful for the subscribe, we also need to do something for here. So actually it will be really similar. So we copy and paste it. The subscribe number has to be -1, and then this one will be the same, because if the subscribe is already false, we will change that into true, or if that was the true, we change that into false. That is what we needed to do. So I'm going to save it, and then we go to our application. So we come in here and I'm going to refresh it. So if we see this button, originally this has to be the gray button, but maybe there was some issue in here. Okay, I need to add one more A to this one because A has to be 6. So I change it, and then I come back to our application. So now we can see, so because we are subscribed, so we get this gray color, and I'm going to just click this one, whether it's gonna work really well or not. Click it, and maybe there is some error. Maybe I'm going to check it. I'm sorry, I found the problem. The problem was this one. I actually need to type the request instead of response. So that's why it makes the problem. So I'm going to save it again. And then I come back in our application. I'm going to just click this one so you can see. So click it and click it again. So click and click. So I'm going to check my MongoDB subscriber collection and refresh it. So we don't have any document inside the subscriber collection. So successfully finished making subscribe function. And thank you for watching this video and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. In this sections we are going to make subscription page. In this subscription page, we are just going to show only the videos that belongs to the user that we are subscribing to. So to make this page, so first we need to make the empty subscription page, and then we will make a route for a subscription page. So by that route, we can come into this page from the another page, and then we will make a template for this entire layout. But we already made this one in here for the all of the video part, so we can just use this layout even for this subscription page. After that, we will fetch all of the videos that only belong to subscriber, and then lastly we can just populate the fetch the data in the browser. That's what we are going to in this section. And first I'm going to my text editor. In here, first I'm going to run our application by typing run npm run dev. So now we come to our application. So first we are going to make the empty subscription page. So flip back over to our text editor, and then we are going to make the folder for subscription page. I say subscription page, and then inside the subscription page folder I will say subscription page.js. In here I will type RFCE for React functional component, and I said subscription page. So I made this empty subscription page, and now it's time to make a route for subscription page. So to make that route, we go to app.js. First we will import that page we just made, so subscription page from views and subscription page, and then we copy this one and paste it, and we got the subscription page inside a component, and we want anyone to go inside this subscription page, so we set this one as a null and we copy it. So now we finished this second step, and now it's time to make the third step to make a template. But if we come back in here, we already made this template, so we bring this template for the subscription part. But I think it's time to just change this header, because we actually don't have this blog page. So remove this page, and then we will make that our subscription page. And then whenever we go inside the create upload video page, we try to do like video at upload, but it's quite bothering me, so that's why I'm just gonna make that tab for coming inside this upload page too. So to do that, I need to just type left menu page. So you see there is the blog, so I'm going to just delete this one. So if I come back in here, so that blog tab was removed. So in here I'm going to copy this one and then paste it, and we say subscription for the key, and then subscription here like this. But we come back to our app.js, we actually didn't change this path for the subscription page, so we change this one into subscription, and then we have this subscription path for the subscription page. So we come back to our left menu.js, we will put this path for the subscription. So I'm going to save it, and I come back in here, you can see the subscription tab appear. So if I click it, we got inside the subscription page. I also want to make a tab for the uploading video page. So for that, First, we are going to delete this part. So we need to go right menu, file, in here. So we scroll down, and as we did in our left menu, we copy and paste this one, and we say upload, and then we say upload again, and we just change this one into href, and we just type that path for the upload video page, which is the video and upload, and save it, and we come back in here. So you can see this upload, but I want move into the left part, so I want to change this one into here. So I save it again, and you can see the upload tab appear in here. So if I click it, so we come to our upload video page. So I'm going to go to subscription page first. So now we need to bring this template into our subscription page. So we first go to our landing page, and then we're going to bring all of the template we made for the landing page, because it's actually the same for the subscription page. First I put this one in here, and we come back in here, and we also copy this one in here too, like this. And then maybe for the use effect part, and then this part will be very similar. So I'm going to copy all of the part in here and paste it, and even for the import part would be very similar. So I'm going to bring all of them in this subscription page. So now we've finished making this the template. So now it's time to fetch all of the videos only belong to the user that I am subscribing to. First, I need to change this location into get subscription videos. First, I will delete this one because we need to change it later, and change this one into get subscription videos. And then we also need to change this get HTTP request into a post, because we have the variable put into. So we are going to set the variable. Which property do we need to send to the backend to get subscription videos? In here we need to send the user from ID. The reason is I am going to explain it later, so when we made our router inside the server. So first, but now in here is how can we get the user from ID? So in our last section, we got this from the local storage. So if we come back in our application again, and then we just go to application, so you can see there is a user ID. This is a user from ID. So we can get this one in here. So to get it, so we say local storage and get item, and we say user ID. So we put this variable in here. So we go to video router. So in here we're going to copy this one and paste it, and we copy this location get subscription videos in here, and then we're going to first delete this part we don't need. So what we need to do in here is there are two steps we need to do. The first step is that we need to find all of the users that I am subscribing to from subscriber collection. After that, if I got all of the users that I am subscribing to, now I need to fetch all of the videos that belong to the users that I found in previous step. So in here we're going to use a subscriber model, and in here we're going to use the video model. So first in here I'm going to bring the subscriber, but we actually don't import that subscriber model in here. First we are going to bring it subscriber and require models subscriber, and first we are going to bring the subscriber model and find by using user from request and body and user from, and execute that query, and we get the callback error, and then subscribers if error, return, risk and status 400, and send error. So inside this subscriber documentation, we got all of the information this user from is subscribing to. So if this user from is subscribing to 4 members, inside this documentation there are 4 members information. So we only want to get their name inside the array. So that's why I set that array variable in here first, subscribed user, and then we do subscriber get from in here. So we will do the map, and then we do subscriber and then index, and then array function, and in here we put this one in here, and then push it to the array, and subscriber and user 2. The reason why I say subscriber and user 2 is if we come to our MongoDB inside the subscriber collection, so you can see user 2. That's why we say subscriber and user 2. So we put all of the user 2 inside this subscribed user array. Now in here we got all of the subscribed user inside the array. So now in here we need to do step 2. We bring the video model and find a writer, and we need to use this one. So if I explain about this in is, so we have this array, and inside the array we have the subscribed user ID. So if we just do video and find an ID, and then we say just one person's ID like this, we will just find this user's video. But inside in here we can have so many people's ID, not just one person. Maybe it can be 5 person or 7 person. So that's why we cannot just do like 1 person, 2 person, 3 person like this. So that's why we need to use this in. So if we just put this subscriber user in here, this in function will take care of every person inside this array. So that's why I use this in. So if you want to know more about this in, you can come inside this MongoDB documentation and you can just read along this part. I recommend you to read along this part so you will know more about this one. And so we need to populate for the writer, and then we will execute the query by using this execute method, and we will get the callback error and then videos. So inside in this video document, this one include all of the videos that belong to that users that we are subscribing to. So if error, return risk and status and 400, and send error and rest and status and 200, and JSON and success true, and we will send the videos information into the client. So now we save it. So we go to our subscription page. So in here we want to get this value inside the console. So I just come to our application. So now I want to go to subscription page to get that console. So now you see here we have 5 videos information that belong to our subscribed user. So now it's time for us to populate this one, like populate the fetch data in the browser. So first we go to our text editor, and in here we just put this set video in here, and then we put this one in here, and I just delete it. And then we already brought all of the template in here, so that's why we actually don't need to change any. We changed this one into subscribe videos. So now actually it's really done. There is nothing we need to change in here. Now we save it, and then we go back to our application. So now you see, now we only got the videos that belong to subscribed users. So if I go inside this post, I'm going to unsubscribe it, and then I go back to subscription page, you see all of the videos that belong to that user has gone. If I go to this video again, and then I subscribe this user, and then I go to subscription page, so you can see this video is to come back in here because I subscribe this user again. Thank you for watching this video. See you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. From these sections, we are going to make the comment. But before making the comment right away, I want to explain how that comment part is structured so you can understand it more easily. I think this is the most important part in this YouTube project. So that's why I made this. This one is actually this part. This part is the detailed video page. And then below the video, we have our comment part. So if you see here, at the very bottom, there is a root comment form. So the reason why I said the root is this: if we write something in here, hello, it will just go to first step. But if I click this one and if I type something in here, not in here, and I'll click the submit, it goes to second step. So if I type something in here, it will only go to first step. That's why I said root comment form. And above this one, there is just the comment list part. So in here, so this part is the comment list part. So inside the comment list part, if we see here, it consists of two parts. So one part is single comment part, and the other part is reply comment part. So if I explain this single comment part first, so if we come back in here, so single comment part is this one, like this avatar image and the username, and then content, like button and dislike button, or just a reply button, and then this comment form part that belong to this comment. So this part is the single comment. So what is this reply comment? So reply comment is just if we write something in here that belong to this comment, so we get this part after writing something in here. So this part we can say the reply comment. Actually it looks the same, but it comes from this comment. That's why we can say this one is reply comment, this one. So first we are going to this whole part, like just the template for the comment list, and then this root comment form, and then we are moving into this single comment. And after finishing this single comment, we are going to make this reply comment. And if we come in here, and then if I write something in here, hello again, and now this one, which was reply comment, but now it also has this child comment, so that's why it becomes just single comment, and this one becomes a reply comment. So this is how the comment part is structured, and so I hope you can keep this structure in your mind so you can much easily understand what we are doing for making the comment part. So if we scroll up, so first in this section we already explained this whole comment part system. So we also need to make the comment model. Comment models consist of this writer field and post ID field and response to field. This response to is in here, like if I type something in here, this person will become the response to. So I am responding to this person. That's why we need to have this response to field. And then we also need to have this content. Content is this one. So first we are going to make this comment model. So we go to our text editor in here, and we need to scroll down, and in here you can see the models. We will make the new file named Comment.js. In here we will bring all the code from the subscriber model and paste it, and in here we need to change this one into comment schema, and we just delete this part, and we say first we need to have writer. The type will be schema, and types and object ID, and rep will be user, and post ID and type will be schema and types and object ID again. And this left will be video instead of user. And we also need to have response to field. So response to type will be schema and type and object ID, and rep will be user as well. And lastly, we need the content. Content will be string type. So we need to change this one into comment schema, and change this one into comment, and comment. So we finished making comment model, and lastly I'll make comment component in detail page. So if we come to our text editor and then detail video page in here, so now you can see inside our detail video page we have video, and then this list for our user information or video information, like in here video and user information and video information. Below that we have the comment part. So below this one we need to have this comment part. So that's why I want to make the comment components in here, but we don't have this comment component yet, so we are going to just import it, sections and comment, but we don't have this file yet, so we need to make these comments. So we go inside these sections. So in here we make the file name Comment.js and RFCE for React functional component, and then we just type comment for the comment component. So and then we just save it. So we are done with making this comment component. So thank you for watching this video. Today we just think about the comment system more to understand it better, because this part is kind of complicated, but by knowing how it structures, I hope we can understand it better. See you in our next section. Bye. Hello my friends. In this sections we are going to make the Comment.js part. As I said in our last sections, the Comment.js part is comment list plus root comment form. That is just this whole comment part is the Comment.js part. So to make that one, first I will create a template for Comment.js, or the template for this part, and then we will make the handle change function for, so when we type something inside the comment form in here, so when we type something we need to trigger onChange function. That's why we need to make this handle change function. And then we also need to make onSubmit function after just typing in here, and then after clicking this submit, we will trigger onSubmit. So that's why we need to make the onSubmit function. So after trigger onSubmit functions, we already saved that data inside MongoDB, but we didn't tell this is saved into our parent component. Our parent component is the detailed video page. So we also need to tell our parent component that we saved one comment. So we need to update that saved data into parent component, which is a detailed video page. So after that, I want to show the comment list data in the console panel. Because we are not going to make the single comment, there is no way we can populate that comment list data in the browser. So like this one, we are not going to make the single comment. There is no way to populate the data in the browser like this. So we can just show the data in the console panel here. So that's what we are going to do in this section. So without further ado, so first I'm going to create a template for Comment.js. So first we go to our text editor in here. First I want to run our application by typing npm run dev. So now we are here inside our application. So we are going to make the template in here for our comment part. So we made the comment component inside our detailed video page. So we go inside the comment component. So you can see how many replies we have in here. And then we can see our root comment form. So now we completed making this template. So the next thing we need to do is to make handle change function. The reason is, as I said before, if we type something in here, actually nothing happens. So as we type something, we actually want to put that word in here. That's why we need to make that unchanged function. So in here, we will just give the name handle change, and we will make this variable in here handle change, and we will use the arrow function, and we put this event in here. So as we type something, we want to put this value inside the state, but we didn't have that state yet, so we are going to make the state first. So use state, that name will be just comment, the initial state will be just a string, and then we need to import this use state from the React, and then we put this set comment in here. So whenever we type something, we want to change this comment into this one, current target value. Value is coming from here, so we can put this comment in here. So this comment will be this text area's value. So if I save it and we go back to our application, so we will write something in here, hello. So right, as we type something, we can put that word in here. So we are moving into step 3, so make onSubmit function. So when we just submit this one, we also need to trigger that onSubmit function. So we go to our text editor, and in here we have this onSubmit. We put this onSubmit function in here, and we will set this variable, and we will just type const and onSubmit and e as well as we did in here. So we will make sure that we will keep that form from attempting to submit itself by calling event prevent default. After that, we will use Axios to do post request. The API location will be API and comment and save comment. And then we also need to give the variable here, but we didn't make this one yet. So we set this variable as an object. So which property do we need to send into our backend to save this comment? First, we need to have the content. So, but easily we can get this content from this comment. We also need to have writer's ID. But how can we get this writer's ID in here? Now I want to remind you, we are actually using the Redux container. So if we come back to our website, and then if I click this Redux extension, and then I go to state and type in here, click in here. So I put this user data inside the Redux container. So you can get this logged in user's ID inside the Redux container. So to get this one, I need to bring the Redux in here by typing import. We will use the Redux hook, use selector from React Redux. So by using user selector functions, we can just set user, use selector and state. So we type state and then state and user. So if we come back to our Redux store, so we just inside the state, we will get the state user. This is state and user. So we just put this user data inside this user variable. So inside this user variable, we have all of the users data. So now we will use this one for this writer's ID. We type user and user data and user data and then ID in here ID. So now we have writer's ID. So there is one more property we need to send, that is the post ID. Well, how can we get this post ID? To get this post ID, we need to go to our parent component, which is the detailed video page. So we put this component in here. So actually, if we come in here, we have this videos ID. So we are going to send this videos ID as a prop. So we name this one post ID. So we put the video and ID, and then we save it, and we come back to our component Comment.js, and we can just put the props in here first, so we can get these props from our parent component. So we typed as a post ID. So this is how we get the post ID from our parent component. So we got all of the variable to send our backend, and then we can just do then the response. So if response and data and success. We do something and else alert. We say fade to save comment. So now it's time to make this router. So by going to comment routes, well, actually we didn't make that routes yet in here. So first and save it, and then we make that comment route in here, and we copy everything from the any of routes and then paste it, and then we will just delete unnecessary part, and we need to bring the comment model, and then we put this one in here, and we also need to go to index.js inside the server. So we also copy this one and paste it in, and we type comment, and we type routes, and inside the route folder we put this comment file. So first that request come in index.js inside server, and it goes through this line into the comment.js. So in here we name the API comment and save comment. So we copy this save comment in here for the right location to get the API. So we just delete this one. So what we need to do in here is we can just save the comment we got from the our client inside the MongoDB. So first we will bring that comment model. Inside the comment model, we put all of the data we got from the client request body. We set this one into a comment instance, and we use the save function that comes from MongoDB. So after saving it, if we have error, we got the error callback, or we also get the documents. We have error return response JSON and success false and error. And if it was successful, we can just do response and JSON and success true. Yeah, originally we can just do like that, but if we think about more, actually we need to send this comment data that is just saved inside MongoDB into our parent component, which is a detailed video page. That's why we actually need to have more data of the comment field that is just saved. But if we just bring this comment, actually we will only have the writer's ID, not just writer's image or name or any other part. So that's why to get the writer's something, originally we can just do the populate and writer, so we can have all of the information about this writer. But after save one, we cannot use this function. So that's why we need to manually bring this comment model, and then we will need to find it with the ID we just saved it. That is the comment and ID. So in here we need to do populate, so writer. So now we can have all of the data of the comment we just saved, including writer's whole information. So we can just do execute the query, and in here error, callback, and then result. So if error return response JSON success false and error, and if it was successful, return response and JSON response status 200 and JSON success true, and we can send this result, which is the core data of the comment that we just saved. So now we save it. Now we go back to our client, Comment.js. So in here, first what we need to do is, in here, we write something, and then if we click this submit, we actually need to make this value into empty value. So first we do set comment and just empty string. So after that, as I said in here, we want to update save data into parent component. So we are going to update our save data into parent component. But how can we do that in here? So when we bring the information from parent component to child component, we just use these props. But when we send our information from child component to parent component, so how can we do that? So to do that, we can still use the props. So first we go to detail video page. So in here, so we can just put one props named refresh function. It will have one function named update comment. And we just make this, and we just make this variable update comment in here. We will take it one argument in here, and like this. So inside this comment, so the reason why we need to just update the comment in here is we're going to take care of all the comment list inside the parent component, in which is a detailed video page. So I'm going to make that state for taking care of that comment list. So we are going to make that state, the name will be comment list. This initial state is array, so we put this set comment list in here. So which kind of argument we are going to get? So now in here, first we need to take in the parameter. So now first we need to take in the parameter that comes from the here. So if you see this update comment, so this update comment, we will just send this refresh function prop into comment.js. So we will get this refresh function. So this refresh function in here, and we will put this one in here, and response and data and result, which is the new comment we just saved inside MongoDB. So we can just put the parameter in here as a new comment, because in our props we put this argument, because in this props we put this new comment, we put this new comment value. So that's why we can also put this new comment parameter inside in here. So we update this comment list. So by bringing this parameter, if we originally have this 1 and 2 and 3 comment, this new comment is just the 4. So we need to push this one in here. So to do that, we will get 1, 2, 3 in here, this comment list, a push method, and we will just put this one in here. So now we can, so by doing like this, we can update this comment list. So, and then we also need to put this one inside in here as a prop, like this. I know it's very complicated. I understand it right now, but I hope you can dig more deeply in this part, because this is originally hard part to understand. So I hope you are not gonna be frustrated even though you cannot understand it. If you keep watching it and then keep thinking about it, you will definitely understand it soon. So we got this one more prop, so we can get that props in here. So we will use that props and then comment list we got from here. So now we have all the comment list in here. So I'm going to do console log. I hope you can see. So we go back to our application in here. So I'm going to turn on our console panel and I'm going to type something in here. Hello. Oh, I actually didn't just give this on click function in here. It will be same as this one. So I save it again and then I come back in here. So I will type it again. Hello. I'm sorry, I made one mistake. I needed to use the concat, not push. So I'm going back to my application again and I will type something in here. So you can see we have one comment information and I'm going to type one more. Hello. And now you can see we have two comment information. And it was a very long lecture and it was really complicated, but I'm so happy you got up to this part. But I am really happy because you came into this part, and then I definitely believe you learned really a lot. And in our next section, we are going to populate this data, and in our next section, we are going to populate this data in our browser in here. So thank you for watching this video and see you soon. Thank you. Hello, my friends. In this section, we are going to make the single comment component. So what single comment is, as I said in our last sections, so we have this comment list. Comment list is just this part. So above this, the root comment form. So there is a comment list, and inside the comment list, we have this single comment part, and then a reply comment part. So in this section, we are just going to focus on this single comment part. So which will be just the first steps comment list, this one. So coming back to our diagrams. So in here, we are going to make this single comment part. So to make it, first we will create the single comment component in Comment.js, which is here. So Comment.js. There is this replies, and this comment form. So there is a comment form here. So we need to make that single comment component in here. Single comment component in here. So after that, we will make a template for a single comment, and then we will make an open reply found and the handle change found. What this is, open reply found and handle change is, so if we come in here, so by clicking this reply to button, we can toggle this part. So to make this happen, so we will make that open reply function. When we type something in here, as we type something, we put that word in here. So to be like that, so we will also make this handle change function. So after that, we also need to click this submit button, and in that time, we need to trigger this unsubmit function. So that's why we need to make unsubmit function. So after that, as we did in our last sections, after saving our command in the database, we updated our saved data into parent component. So when we just type something in here in our root component form, if we click the submit button, so we save this data inside the database. After that, we just send the information of the comment we uploaded into our parent component, which is this big detailed video page. So we also needed to do like this in here too. So when we type something and we submit, we first save the data inside MongoDB. We also need to send the information into our parent component, which is the detailed video page. We will first in single Comment.js, we will send the data into Comment.js, which is one parent component, and we also need to update the data again into detailed video page. This is how we will do in this section. So without further ado, I'm going to make a single comment component in Comment.js. So we come to our text editor. So now we come in here, but inside the props and comment list, we have all of the comment list data, and then we use the map. So if we have a comment list, and by using this comment list, we will use the map method. So we will get just only one comment, and we will get the index, and we will do parentheses, and then we will do React fragment, and inside React fragment, we will make the single comment component. So if we see our console panel, and then we spread out this information, this information does come from this props.comment list. So this comments information is just this one information. So we put this information inside a single comment component as a comment prop. And I want to send more information inside this single comment component, which will be post ID in case we will use this one. Post ID comes from props and post ID. And we'll put this one in here too. And as I said in here, after saving the comment inside MongoDB, we need to update the saved data into parent component. So to do that, we need to use this props refresh function. So we will also need to have this refresh function props. This will be props and refresh function. So we have all of the props we need for this single comment. But now we actually don't have this single comment component. So we first try to import it, but we don't have single comment component yet. So we will go inside this section. So we will make the file name single comment and JS. In here, RFCE for the functional component. So I say, so we type single comment, and so we get the single comment path. I just save it, and then we go to our application. So I refreshed it. So I will type something in here. We get one single comment component. If I type one more, so we get two single comment component. So now this one is working. Now inside this comment.js, I only want the first steps of comment appear, not the second depths component or third depths component. So to make it like that, I need to give one condition inside in here. So inside this the comment model, we have this response to. The first depths comment doesn't have a response to information, because the first depth comment doesn't need to have response to information. So if we see this information for the comment, so if we don't have the response to, if we don't have response to field inside this comment information, we know this one is for first depth comment. So we get that condition in here. So we get the condition for that. So comment the response to. So inside this comment, if we don't have response to, we will render this one. So we only have first steps comment in comment.js. So we save it. So now we need to go to single comment component. And in here, we are going to make the template for a single comment. The template has to be like this. So we are going to get the help from the entity design for this CSS, for this styling. So when making the template, I'm going to play it really fast. So you don't need to be bored. So now we finished making a template for a single comment. But we were supposed to do, after making the template for a single comment, we need to make the open reply function and handle change function. But before that, I'm going to fetch all of the comment data from the MongoDB. So I want to populate the data I already have inside MongoDB in here. I forgot to make that API before, so I'm first going to make that. So first we go to detail video page. So in here, so I want to just copy this one and then paste it. And I want to change this path into get comment. So I will use the same variable when I used for the getting the video. So I want to make this router inside a comment route file. So first I will go to comment write file, comment. So in here, I copy this one and paste it. And the path for this API is get comments. Paste it. So I will do really quick. So first I will bring the comment model and then find the data by post ID, because post ID we send the request body the post ID from our client, and then we populate the writer and then execute the query, and we get the error and then comment information. So all of the comments that belong to this video post. So if error, the return response status 400 and send error, and response and status 200 JSON success true and comments. So we made it for getting the comment. So now in here we already have this comment list state, so we are going to change this video into comment list video, and we need to change this one into comments because we said in here comment. So that's why we need to put this comments variable in here. So we save it and we go to our website. So now we come to our website in here. I'm going to type hello. So I think there is some error. We cannot fetch the comments in here. I found the reason why I couldn't get the comments. The reason was the variable's property name is video ID, but if we come to our comment routes, I used the post ID. That's why I couldn't get any of the comments. But if I change this one into video ID, save it, and then I need to refresh the page. So now you will see, so we can have this template, but we didn't put actual data in here. That's why we couldn't get actual data. But if we see our console panel, so we have the 9 comments I uploaded. In here we have all of the information about these comments that belongs to this video post. So now it's time to populate this data inside this template. So we go to single comment. First we'll put the props, or we put the props in here so we can use these props. Oh, what was the names that we used for the props? There was the comment, props, comment, and writer, and image. This one will just image. And content will be props and comment and content. We also need to put the name of the writer. So we write props and comment and writer and name. And then we go back to our application. You see, now we have our name or our information about this comment populated in here. So now it's time to make that open reply function, handle change function, and unsubmit function. And we will update the data into parent component. We will do them really quick because I will make the handle change function here. So we need to have the state to change that state in here. Use state. And this state's name will be comment value. So comment value is the current target and value. Initial state will be just string, and then we put this one in here, comment value. So now we also need to make the open reply function to trigger this one, hide it or open it. So we need to make this onClick function, open reply. So we make the state to make the state. Name will be open reply. Initial state will be false because we want this one to be hide at the first time. We just put this one in here, and this needs to be the toggle. So that's why I say like this, open reply. And we didn't import the use state from the React. Import it, and we finished making this handle change and open reply. It's time to make the unsubmit. So we need to put unsubmit here and here. Then we make this unsubmit. We make the unsubmit function in here. First, we do e.prevent default. So we need to do axios and post request the API command and save command, and then we need to have variables. So which variable do we need to send to backend? So first we need to send the writer property and then post ID and then response to, and then content. So we get the writer's information from the Redux as we did in our previous section, user and user data and ID. Post we get from the props and post ID and props and comment and ID, and we got the comment value from the state, but we didn't make this user So we didn't disconfigure the Redux in here. So we first import the Redux first. Use selector from React Redux and const user selector state and user. So now we got this user information from the Redux store. So now we do then and response. If response data success, we do something and else alert fail to save comment. So first we will make this one inside this comment rows. So we go to rows. But as a second, we already made this API in our previous section. So actually we are just gonna use this API. So in here we will see which kind of information we will get from that router in here, save command router. The property name is result, so we will say response data result. We come back in here. I'm going to write something in here. Hello, type it. So we got the log back. So, but when I click this one, actually this doesn't toggle at all. So I need to find the problem for that. The reason was I didn't keep the condition in here. So if we come down in here, so now we use this state open reply. So only when we have open reply is true, we will just let this one appear. If this one is false, we're going to hide this one. So we give the condition for that like this. So we come back in here. So now we can toggle this one like this. So the last thing we need to do is, so we need to update save data into parent component. So we can just add a little bit of a line in here after being successful for the save command. First, we also need to set command value into empty string, and after typing here, and we also hide this the form again, so that's why we need to set open reply, and lastly I will do props and refresh, and then in here we will put this one, so we can successfully update our saved data into parent component. So we've done all things that as we planned. So thank you for watching this long video again. I hope you take a rest well because you did really good. So see you in our next video. Thank you. Hello my friends. In this section, we are going to make reply comment part. So if we scroll down, so you can see this reply comment part. So it will be very similar to single comments we did in our last section. So if we see this part in our application, so this one is our single comment part, this first steps, and the next steps will be the reply comment part. So if this one becomes the single comment part, the next steps will be in here, will be the reply comment part. So to make that reply comment section, first we are going to create a reply comment component in Comment.js. So in Comment.js, we have this single comment component. So below that, we need to make that reply comment component. So after that, we will make a template for reply comment, and then we will also make the render reply command. So about this, I'm going to explain it later. And then after that, we need to calculate the chart comment number, which is, if we come to our applications, like you can see this one, view one more comment. So if we have one child comment, we say one. If we see this one, there are four child comment for this one. That's why we say this four. So we are going to calculate this number. So that is what we need to do for this one. After that, we can complete the comment system. So without further ado, I'm going to do this the first step. So we are going to create a reply comment component in Comment.js. First in here, we say reply comment, and there will be also a lot of props we need to put in here, but I'm going to do that later. First, I'm going to make this reply comment. So we will just import it, reply comment, and from reply comment, but we don't have this component yet. So inside these sections, we're going to make one file named reply comment and JS. In here, we do our FCE for React functional components, and reply comment. Save it and then save it. So first we finish our first step, and our second step is make a template for reply comment. So we come in here. So we need to make a template in here first. So we need to make this part. First we need to have this one, view more comments, 14px, margin 0, color will be gray. We will have on click and view more. So in here we need to make this template, but we already made it in here. So we're going to bring this template in here. So we go to Comment.js, then we actually just copy this one and then push, just paste it in here. And now there is one more thing we need to do, that is the second step start from here, not just from this part. So that's why we need to make this margin for this reply comment. So to do that, and we don't need this part because it is not first steps anymore. Inside here, we make the div, and we will make the style here, margin left 50px, and I will give the width 80%. For this one, for first steps, we will have the 100 width, but this one, it will just have 80% of the width. So now we actually finish making our template, but I want to put this one separate in here by making the variable name will be render reply comment, like this. But now we don't need to have this curly bracelet, so we remove that one. But now we don't have this comment list yet, so we are going to bring it from our parent component. So first we will bring it from here, comment list. This will be props and comment list we got from here. And then I also want to give the post ID, and we already have this post ID, and we also need to have this refresh function too in here. So now we save it and we go back to our reply comment component. So if you see here and here, it will be actually the same because these steps will be recursive. So after this one and after this one, we can keep making it. That's why this one and this one looks same. I have these 3 props in this reply comment. I can also keep this one the same. So we don't have props here yet. We will put the props. So here lots of error goes away, and we need to import this single comment. So import single comment, and we actually didn't put this variable in here. So we put it, and then we are going to save it. And now we go to our application. But we didn't just run our application yet. So I'm going to run it. So now we come to our application. So if we come in here, so now we have this one. So now in here, first I'm going to write the reply comment by typing something in here. I will type second steps, and I just click this submit, but actually nothing happened in here. The reason why we couldn't get that one in here is, so if we come inside our reply comment.js, there is one more thing we need to do in here. When we just save the comment in here, this comment data will have the response to property, and that response to properties, the value will have this comment's ID. So if we see here our comments information, so this one is the information we just save it. So the content is the second devs. So this one has the response to field. So this one's value is just this one, the parent comment's ID. So we are going to map this ID and this one. So we can just position this comment below this parent comment. So that's what we are going to do in here. So comment and response to will be same as, it needs to go inside the React fragment. And so comment response to will be same as this parent comment's ID. We just need to say parent comment ID. So where can we get this parent comment ID? So where do we get this one from? So to get this one, we are going to our parent component. So we can get this one as a props again. So we go to our parent component, which is comment.js. So in here, we are going to put one more props that will be parent ID. This will be just a comment and ID. So we put this one in here. We also need to put this one here too. And we got this parent component as a prop. So we put the props and parent component ID, and then we just put the parent component in here. So we will save it, and then we go back to our application here. Here we scroll down. So now we got our second devs right now. So now we finish up to this part. So the next thing we need to do is to calculate chart comment number. Go back to our editor, and in here we will use the use if file and delete here, and then put this one in here and delete it first. So first we will make the variable name the comment number. So it start from the 0. We will put this prop.comment list in here, and then we do use the map method again. And we get only one comment in here. If comment and response to is equal to props and parent comment ID, we just increment this value by 1. So we can do it like this. And then we want to put this value into the state. So first we will make the state by using useState. Name will be child comment number. Initial state will be 0. We set this one in here. So we put this chart component number inside in here. So we save it. User state is not defined. So we put this one in here. And we go back to our application. Now we see, because we have these two depths in here, that's why we get this 2 number. We don't have any child component, that's why we just say 0. But when this one is 0, we don't want to see this part. So only when we have more than one child comment, we are going to let this one appear. So we come down in here, we get the condition in here, child comment number is bigger than 0. So we will just render this part. So now we go back to our application. So scroll down. So you see in here, we actually don't have any child comment. So that's why we don't see this view more comments part. When we click this one, we can just let this part appear. And if we click this one again, we want to hide this part. So we're going to make this onClick function for this one. So we come in here, handle change. So first we want to just have the state for that one. The state. Our state name will be open reply comments. So initial state will be false, and then we put this one in here, and then we put this open reply comments, which is the false by default. And to toggle this one, we need to put this one in here. Only when open reply comment is true. So we are going to render this part too. So we are going to delete it. And we save it and come back in here. Now you see, we can just toggle this one by clicking. So now we happily complete our comment system part. It was very complicated, but thank you for just following me along in this part. You did really great. And from our next sections, we are going to make the like and dislike function for this video and this comment. So see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello, my friend. From these sections, we are going to make like and dislike feature. So if we come to our application, so just this part, like if we click the dislike button, so we got dislike. So if we click the like button again, we got the like. So we have like and dislike button for the video, and we also have this feature for the comment. If we like this comment, we can also click this one. So we are going to make this like and dislike feature. So to do that, first we are going to make the like and dislike model. So first we go to our text editor and we go to the model folder, and in here we will make 2 models which are like and dislike. First I'm going to make this like model. We bring something here to here. So we delete all of the unnecessary parts and we rename it, this one, into like schema, and we put this one in here and like and like. So inside here So we need to have user ID and comment ID and video ID because we have like and dislike feature for video and then comment. So that's why we need to have user ID and comment ID and video ID field. So we are going to make in here that fields user ID, type, schema, and types, and object ID, and ref, user ID, and comment ID, type, and schema, and type, and object ID, and ref will be comment. And we also need the video ID, and type will be schema, types, and object ID, and left will be just video. So we are going to save it, and then we copy all of this for the dislike model because it will be really similar. So we change this name into dislike. So we copy this one and paste it, and this one will be dislike, and copy and paste it and paste it. So this is all for the two like and dislike model. And now I'm going to explain this like and dislike system. So when we click this like button, just this like button, we will have three cases we can face. So first case is nothing clicked yet. So it would be just this situation, nothing clicked yet. So if we click it, so we just increase one like. So the second case is like button already clicked. So if already like button is clicked, so if I click it again, it will go down into 0. So we just decreased one like. And then the third case is already this one is clicked. So when it is clicked, if I click the like button, we just increase this one, and we also decrease this one by 1. So the other case is when we click this dislike button, so nothing clicked yet case is we will just increase one dislike. So nothing clicked yet in here. So if we click it, we just increase dislike by 1. And when dislike button is already clicked, we just decrease the one dislike. And then third case is like button already clicked, so we will just increase one dislike and just decrease one like. So that's what we are going to do for the like and dislike feature. So from next sections, we are going to really make this like and dislike button. So see you in our next section, and thank you. Hello, my friend. So in this section, we are going to keep making a like and dislike feature. So our first step is to create a template for a like and dislike button by using ant-design. So first, we will see our application. So first, we will make this button with ant-design. So we go to our text editor. So we first go to detail video page, and then we scroll down. So inside this action here, we're going to make a like and dislikes component. So first we will make this component inside the section folder. So this file name is like and dislikes and JS. And here we type RFCE and like and dislike, save it, and we import this one inside the detail video page. So import it from like and dislike. We copy this one out already. So we save it first, and then we go back to our. Actually, we didn't turn on our application, so I will type npm run dev. So now we come to our application. So you see in here like and dislike button, but I want to move this one into here, a left to subscribe button. So first I will change that position by changing this order. So subscriber button will go to after the like and dislike button. So I delete it here. Okay, I save it. I come back in here. So in here, and then I am going to make that prettier button. So by going back to our editor, and we go to our like and dislike this component. So I will change in here. So now we made our template for like and dislike button. So the next thing we need to do is to fetch current like and dislike information from MongoDB. So to do that, we come back in here. So we will use the use effect and delete this part and this part, and we will use Axios in here, and it will be post request, and the location will be API and like and get likes. And we need to put the variable in here. We didn't define this one yet. So const variable, and it will be the object in here. But when we put the variable, actually we need to come back in here. So we get actually the like and dislike button for the video and even also for the comment. First, I'm going to place this button inside the comment part 2 real quick. So first to go to single comment, and in here we will put the like and dislike component here. So we also need to, we already import it, so save it. And then we come back in here. You can even see this like and dislike button inside the comment. So as I said before, so we put this like and dislike button for the video and also for the comment. So there are two places that we put this button. So we need to separate it when just to define this variable. So first, if props and video. So this props is this component comes from the detailed video. In here we put the video props, so it will indicate it comes from the video part, and we also put props inside a single comment in here comments. So it will also indicate it comes from the comment. So we go back to like and dislike here, and then so props video, it comes from the video part. So the variable will be video ID and props and video ID, and then user ID and props and user ID. And if it comes from the command part, so command ID and props and command ID and user ID and props dot user ID. But we didn't just send these props from our parent component yet, so we will just first put this one in our parent component, so video ID and user ID inside this detailed video page. So video ID and user ID. So where does this user ID come from? So before we use the local storage, so we are going to use it again, get item, the user ID. So video ID that comes from the, so if we scroll up, in here we already got the video ID from the query. So we get this one and put this one in here. So we put all of the params for this like and dislike component from the detailed video page. And then we also need to go to single component. And in here, we need to put this command ID and user ID. For user ID, we can do the same. Guest item and user ID. And then for the command ID, we got it from the props command .id. So single component, the parent component is the comment here. So that's why we already to put this comment props inside a single comment. So that's why we can get this comment ID with the props. So we save it. So we go back to our likes and dislikes component. So we finished making this variable, and we put the variable in here. We need to change this one into left, so we can just change this variable, and then we will just do then and response data and success and else alert failed to get likes, and then we will make this router. So but we don't have this route, we don't have this like routes. So first we are going to make this routes. Inside this routes further, we say like that JS, and we get all of the scaffolding from the subscribe, and then we are going to delete all the unnecessary part. So we will just but we need to import the two model which are like and dislike. So we also need to change this one into like and dislike. So inside here we need to make the louder, but first we also need to go to index.js. So we need to do like and like. So you know why I am doing this. So through this one we can go to this like routes. So louder post, the name was the path was the get likes, and we get the request and response, and then we also need to define the variable here separately for the things that come from the video and that comes from the command. So that variable if request the body and video ID, and variable will be video ID request body video ID, else will be variable comment ID and request and body and comment ID. So we bring the like model and find and variable and execute the query and error and likes. If error, risk status 400 and send error risk status 200 JSON success true and likes. We need to send this information. So now we go to our client in here. So there are two things we need to do after being successful for the get likes. First one is the how many likes does this video or comment have, and the other information we want to get is the if I already click this like button or not. So to get how many likes does this video or comment have, we can just do like response and data and likes and length. So we know the number of the likes that video or comment get. So, but we want to put this one into the inside the state, but we didn't make it yet. So use state and likes. The initial state is 0, and we put this set likes in here, and put this whole thing that comes from backend in here, and the other information we want to get. So first we will also get that data likes, and then we need to do map method, and we only get one like information, and in here if the like and user ID, the person who clicked the like button is the equal to the props and user ID, which is me who were logged in. If this one is equal, that means I already liked the like button. So we need to like action. Initial will be no. So set like action is liked because I already clicked that like button. So now we did this for the likes button, and also we need to do for the dislike button. So we copy this one and then paste it because it will be really similar. Just change the naming, so get dislikes and set dislikes. So we didn't have this state yet, so we will make it in here. This likes and the state this like action no. So we change this one into set this like action, and this one disliked, and this one is get dislikes, and this one too dislikes things. So we also need to make this louder for get dislikes. So go to like rows here and paste it and change the path will be get dislikes and this one will be dislikes. Let's change this one as this one. So now we save everything and then last thing I want to do is that we want to populate the data we got from here. So we populate it inside in here. Change this one likes. This one in dislikes. And then we're to change this one into rear action. And this one into rear action that comes from the state, this like action. So save it and go back to our application. I didn't change this one. It has to be dislikes. Dislikes. So now we got all in well. So thank you for watching this video, and in our next sections, when we click this one, we will change this status and this number too. So that's what we are going to do. And I think the next video will be our last video for our YouTube clone. So you did really well to follow me along. So really appreciate it. And thank you and see you in our next section. Bye. Hello, my friends. In this section, I think it could be last section for this YouTube clone. So after that, maybe I can also make some notification function or search function and so on. But based on the plans that I made for this one, actually this is our last section. So in our last section for YouTube clones, we are going to make the like and dislikes a function. So when we click this like button or dislike button, we need to trigger unlike function and undislike function. So, but we also need to remember the cases we're going to face when we are dealing with our likes and dislikes. So I hope you can remember these parts that we did in our last section. And now we can start making this unlike function first. But before starting to make this ones, I missed just the one thing in the comment part, so I'm going to see what I've missed. First, I'm going to our application in here. First, I'm going to make the new commands in our first steps. So I just type hello and then I click the submit, and then you see this the first steps command. We just made it. So I'm going to just reply to this command. So we just type hello 2. So I click this submit. So but you see actually nothing happened. We were expecting that the post that we uploaded to come up in here, but actually nothing happened. So we actually need to put one more line to solve this problem, but we didn't do that in our comment section because I forgot it. Sorry about that. So I'm going to just let you see how I can solve this problem. So we go to our text editor, and in here put props and comment list and props and parent comment ID. These two things are the only thing we need to put to solve that problem. So I am going to save it and we go back to our application. So I am going to prove whether it works or not. So I am going to make one more the command hello again, and we have our first step command. I'm going to reply to this command. So I click it. We are expecting this one to come up in here as a second steps for this first steps. I'm going to click the submit. So you see we get this one. So we can click this one to see this command we just made it. So how can we let this happen by just putting these two things? When we just make this one empty, this meaning is, so we only want to trigger this parse at the first time the DOM is ready. But if we put this one in here, so whenever this props and comment list changed and props and parent comment ID is changed, we want to just trigger this part again and again. So when this comment list, so we put something in here, if we click the submit button, so we will have new comment list. That's why this part will be triggered again. So this comment number will be changed. So that's why this one will be more than 0. So we will render this part. That is the way we can solve this problem. So even for this second step, we can type here to prove whether it's working well or not. So I click this one. So you can see right after making this one, these parts appear. So we click this one to see our third step's command. So now we really finished our command part. So now we come back to our original section. So we are going to make this unlike function first. So we go to like and dislike component here. So in here, we will just put this unlike variable for unclear function. So we define this variable in here, unlike and arrow function, and inside in here. So we will first face the two case. The one case is when this like button is already clicked, and the other case is this one is not already clicked yet. So we will separate these two cases. So to do that, if like action is null, so because you see here the initial state is null, that's why I give the null in here, and then we will do else. So I will do @cos a post request in here. The path will be, the URL will be API and like and up like, because when this one is not clicked, or if we click it, so we will just increment this like by 1. So that's why I say up like. And then response, if response data success and else alert fail to increase the like. I copy and paste it in here, and this will be just unlike the opposite of this of like. It will be fail to decrease the like. So first we will make this router inside the like routes. So first we go to like routes in here. So we copy this one and paste it, and we change the URL. But I forgot to put this variable in here. So first I will make the variable in here, but we are just going to use this variable we made in our last section. So inside this variable, we can have video ID property or user ID, or command ID and the user ID. So we put this variable in here and here too, and save it and go to our like routes. So we also get this variable in the way we did for get dislikes router and get likes router in here. So we are going to make the two processes. So one process is The first we will save the like information data in the MongoDB. And then there will be one case. This like button is already clicked when we click the like button. So in case this like button is already clicked, so we need to decrease this like by 1. So these are the two processes we need to do in here. So first we need to bring the like model. So new like, and we put the variables in here, and we just need to set this one into the ANSYS. We save it, and then we get error or like result. So if we get the error, return response.json, success, force, and error. And we will do this second step. So in case this like button is already clicked, we need to decrease the dislike by 1. So to do that, we need to bring the dislike model and then find 1 and delete. So we will put the variable again, and we will execute the query, error, and dislike result. So if error, return risk and status for 100, and JSON, and success, force, and error. And if it was successful, we the response and status to 100, and JSON, success, true. So now we finish making this uplight router, and now we go back to our client in here. So after being successful for this request, so what we need to do in here is, so after clicking this one, so we need to increase this number by 1. So first I will just set like. So I bring the likes state, and I will just plus 1. And then I also need to change this status. So if this is clicked, it will turn into the black color. So I also need to change that status, set like action, and action will be just the light, which is the black color of the button. And below this, there is one more thing that we need to do, is if this like button is already clicked, so this button is already clicked. When we click this like button, we need to change this one, status, and the number too. So in here, set dislike action needs to be the null, and set dislikes, so dislikes minus 1. Now we did everything for this uplight request, and then we also need to finish for this unlike request. So we go to our like router, like route again, and then we just copy this one and paste it, and this one's URL was unlike, so change this one into unlike. So it will be simpler than this uplike router, because all we need to do in here is, when this one is clicked, if we click this one again, the only thing we need to do is we can just delete that field we save inside MongoDB. When we click this like button, we can bring the like and find 1 and delete, and we put the variable and then execute the query, error and result, and if error, return response and status 400 and JSON success, false and error, and if it was successful, response and status 200 and JSON success and true. So this is all thing for this unlike router, and we go back to like and dislike component, and then we need to do as we did in here. So we are going to copy this one and paste it, change this one into -1 instead of +1, and this one needs to be the null. But we actually don't need to bring this one in here because there is no way the dislike button is already clicked, because this like button is already clicked. So we finished making this unlike function. So now we also need to make this undislike function. We are going to put this on dislike in here to const on dislike, and the arrow function. We will also need to have two case. So if this like action is not null, and then if this like action is null, we do the Axios post request again, and the URL will be API and like m on this like, and we put the variable again, and then response, response and data and success, do something, and else alert fail to on this like, to decrease this like. And if we also need to copy this one and put inside this else condition, and this will be just the up dislike, and then we change this one increase dislike, and we need to go to like routes again to make this router. So come to like routes, so copy this one and here, and copy and paste it. So what we need to do inside this router, we are doing this on this right. So as we did in here, we copy and paste it, and we need to change this one into this like model. The other part is the same, so we already made this on this like router. So we go back to our like and dislike component, and in here, so it will be very similar to just this part. So we copy and just paste it, but this one needs to be set dislikes, and this one needs to be changed into likes. This one also needs to be set dislike action, and this one will be just null. But we need to change this one into small case for the L, so that errors goes away. And then lastly, we need to make this louder too. So go to our like routes again, and here copy and paste it. So change this one into up dislike, so it will be very similar to just this up like. So we will bring this one and then copy it, and this needs to be the dislike model, and this one also needs to be dislike, and we put this one in here, and dislike ledger, and I need to change this explanation in case like button is already clicked. We need to decrease the like by 1. So this needs to be just like model. We will get the like result. So now we finished making all the router. So we save it and we go to like and dislike component. So we copy this one and then paste it in here. But this has to be set this likes and this likes +1 and then set like action will be disliked. And this one on second thought I forgot to put one condition in here. So if the dislike button is already clicked, so actually we don't need to have this condition, but it is better to have. So this like action is not null. So we will just trigger, we just change this state as we did in here. We will also do if this like action is not equivalent to the null. So we put these two, change this state in here. So now we finish everything for our whole YouTube clone. We go to our website here. So I'm going to click this one, so and click this one. Or maybe we have some problem in here. So I'm going to check it. First problem is in here on this slide. So we need to change this one into set likes, and this one needs to be the likes, and this one needs to be set like action. And there are 3 more mistakes I've made. So the first one is it has to be get likes instead of get likes. If we scroll down, so in here there is right to use the like feature for get likes, but when we get dislikes, yeah, we should use the dislike so we can get the dislikes information. And the last one is, so I tried to copy this one in here and in here below, but actually that was wrong. For this and this and this and this louder, they also need to have the user ID. So we get that from the request body and user ID. So, and I just copy and paste it, and copy and paste it, and paste it, and paste it. And now we've really fixed all the problems, and we save it and we go back to our application and refresh it. And then we really try to play with this like and dislike button. So I'm going to just click anything here, in here, or even this one. So far it works really well. So I'm going to refresh the page so to see whether this data still persists or not. So I'm going to refresh it, and I'm going to just refresh it again. So this one still remaining here. So now we finished all of the YouTube clones. So it was a really long video, but you've done really well. So I really want to say you deserve to take a rest well. And I also bet you've learned a lot from this tutorial, because there were so many nice features you can learn. And later, I also have the plan to make the other clone like the Instagram or Facebook or Slack and so on. So I hope you will like it. And then If you have some feature or the clone you want me to make, so please just leave that comment below. So I will think about it. So thank you for watching this video and see you in our next project. Thank you.